Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that we will be starting in just a couple of minutes. Day 2 of the TRT World Forum will begin shortly. We will, of course, be opening with a speech from the Turkish Foreign Minister, His Excellency Hakan Fidan. So we need to be taking our seats and we'll begin shortly. Thank you so much. they've had, my mic is open. Ladies and gentlemen, just a final announcement. 2-minute warning, so we'll be beginning in 2 minutes' time. The room is filling up very nicely. Anybody else left outside, come on in. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day, the first session of the TRT World Forum 2024. And please give a big welcome to His Excellency Hakan Fidan, Foreign Minister of Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Hope you've had a coffee, hope you've had a nice pastry. Day 2 of the TRT World Forum should be another special one. As we know, the world is changing. It's not what it used to be. We have to find our way through this new world. Nation states have to do the same. So today's opening session is called War and Order, Navigating Geopolitical Shifts in a Changing World. We'll have a panel of experts to talk about these issues and where we go from here, but we're going to begin with an opening speech by His Excellency Hakan Fidan, the Foreign Minister of Turkey. Sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to thank TRT World Forum for inviting me to address this distinguished audience. TRT World Forum has become a prominent platform to exchange views on a broad range of regional and global issues. TRT World Forum provides alternative narrative compared to many similar organizations. It allows free discussion with multiple perspectives. Today, I would like to share our views regarding the current geopolitical context and its transformation. Distinguished guests, the international system faces a multitude of political, military, economic, environmental, technological, and social challenges. Amidst these challenges, we are going through a critical geopolitical and strategic transformation. Strategic and geopolitical competition has intensified. Global politics is characterized by increasing tensions. Polarization is on the rise. The erosion of multilateralism and the rules-based order further deepens this polarization. Mistrust among countries and to the system is growing. This intensifies the search for new alliances and partnerships. As a result, the international security architecture is, as you all know and witnessing, weakening. Global armament is on the rise, particularly in the Middle East, Asia Pacific, and Africa. As history reminds us, the vicious circle of armament race and mistrust can bring the world on the edge of the cliff, ending up with the nuclear war threat. Technopolitics, on the other hand, significantly affects international affairs and global balance of power. Integration of AI and cyber into the defense systems enhances the national security, while it also increases the threat perceptions. All these challenges bring about profound unpredictability for the international system. The current international system is far from providing solutions to the unpredictability or any kind of crisis. This calls for multilateral responses. Esteemed guests, given the general overview of the current global dynamics, the international system faces two conventional wars at the same time in different continents, having impact on the rest of the world. And Turkey is just in the center of these wars. In this fragile geography, Turkey plays an ever-increasing role to achieve regional peace and stability. This stability in the Middle East, South Caucasus, and the Eastern Mediterranean, as well as Black Sea, is a primary goal for us. Displaying a principled and effective stance, Turkey constructively contributes to the resolution of conflicts by deploying intense diplomatic efforts as an honest broker, facilitator, and mediator between parties. Turkey always stands for the principle that the continuation of wars is not an impediment in front of holding dialogue. Distinguished guests, at the same time, Turkey never shies away from underlining the deficiencies of the system vocally. We diagnose the problem, propose the solutions, and work towards the transformation of the international system. In today's international order, injustices continue in every sphere of, and unfortunately this makes the perception of might is right a reality. As a result of this, the current international order doesn't generate peace or stability. It doesn't provide justice or equality. The current impasse in the UN Security Council in case in point, an organization created for the maintenance of international peace and security, fails to fulfill its mission. This, in turn, leaves the international system increasingly out of balance, harboring further unpredictability and vulnerability. No order can be sustainable if it is not based on justice. It is time to reconfigure multilateralism towards more effective, responsive, and accountable institutions based on solidarity and equity. Therefore, we must reform and strengthen the multilateral institutions in the political, security, justice, financial, economic fields, and make them accountable. To this end, we support all efforts to render regional and international organizations more effective. Distinguished guests, the genocide in Gaza is the most evident sign of the legitimacy crisis of the international system. It casts a shadow on the credibility of multilateral institutions. Each and every day, Israel violates international law and puts the whole world in jeopardy. Even as we speak today, more than 44,000 people lost their lives in Palestine. Suffering of Palestinians increases every day at an unprecedented level. UN agencies, humanitarian institutions, and journalists have all become victims of Israeli aggression. This aggression reached the level of directly attacking international organizations. The Israeli attacks against UNIFIL and calling UNRWA as a terrorist organization are another blatant disregard of the Netanyahu government of international order. Widening its attacks into Lebanon and Iran demonstrates Netanyahu's delusion. While Netanyahu continues his barbarian violence, some countries keep silent and even prevent the international organization to stop Netanyahu. This clearly displays the hypocrisy and double standards of the international system. Turkey approaches the Gaza crisis and the war in Ukraine from the same perspective. we have principled position regarding the two wars. However, we do not observe this policy in many countries. We should clearly state this: there is an obvious double standard here. The continuation of the arms and ammunition support to Israel is making this country more aggressive. Therefore, we launched a joint letter initiative on this issue at the UN. Our initiative was supported by 52 countries and 2 international organizations. We call for the international community to immediately increase pressure on Israel to end its attacks altogether. Turkey is also at the forefront of the initiatives to put an end to the genocide in Gaza. Therefore, from the very early days, we put forth regional ownership and formed contact group within OIC Arab League, advocated for the necessity of the two-state solution and the recognition of the Palestinian state. Hence, we managed to change their policies. Those who could not talk about ceasefire now call for a two-state solution. At the same time, we have strongly urged that international law should be upheld and the perpetrators of the ongoing war crimes in Gaza must be held accountable. That is why we intervened in the case at the International Court of Justice against Israel. This reflects Turkey's belief in and respect to international law. Interim decisions of the court revealed the scale of Israel's crimes and called for their immediate end. The recent decision of the ICC issuing arrest warrants for Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant is a promising, crucial step in bringing Israeli officials who committed genocide to justice. Palestinians deserve immediate justice. We will continue to work to ensure that international law is implemented to punish genocide. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to restore peace and security in the Middle East and revitalize trust in the international system, we need to address the root causes of the Gaza crisis. The root cause of the problem is the illegal occupation of the Palestinian territory by Israel. There can be no lasting peace without a just solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on a two-state solution. Another pressing challenge that needs to be overcome to sustain global security is Russia-Ukraine war. Many civilians died and injured while critical infrastructure destroyed. The war led to the revision of policies on defense, food and energy security, connectivity and transportation. It has detrimental consequences not only for warring parties but also on a global scale. The escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war brings us to the beginning of our discussion: how the armament race is growing and how close the nuclear threat is. Until Kursk, the war was only within the Ukrainian territory and weapons of mass destruction were not utilized. Now, with the recent developments, the situation evolved into a riskier and more unpredictable state. This further increases polarization and consolidates fragmentation. As long as the conflict is not resolved, both sides will continue to rearm and push towards further consolidating their alliances or create new alternative structures. Against these risks, it is still essential that we prioritize diplomacy and dialogue to put an end to the war through a permanent ceasefire and a lasting peace agreement. As one of the few countries that has high-level contacts with both parties, Turkey continues to be ready to make every effort to facilitate peace negotiations. Ladies and gentlemen, the agreements against the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction are important for the international security architecture. These agreements are almost universal agreements. Whatever paradigm that could be out there, I will say that these instruments and mechanisms need to be upheld. we should keep in mind that weakening of these instruments could be exploited by terrorist organizations, further worsening the security environment. States commit to conventional war or strategic arms control agreements on their own will. As such, the emergence of non-Western paradigms should be a part of universal approaches to the benefit of global security. Whatever it is, Western or non-Western, the main issue is the maintenance of peace and stability. Distinguished guests, we should have a forward-looking perspective. We will continue to shape our foreign policy with this understanding. Turkey stands out as a constructive problem solver, system transformer actor in its region and in international affairs. We will continue to call for and to contribute to a more inclusive and effective international system capable of addressing current global and regional challenges. We strive for a robust system based on solidarity rather than polarity. In our bilateral and multilateral contacts, we will continue to emphasize the necessity of global justice, starting with the most acute crisis, Gaza. We will continue to be the voice of the oppressed around the world. We will continue to collaborate with other countries to defend our shared values and fulfill our shared responsibilities in establishing an international system that generates peace, stability, and prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Your Excellency, Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, thank you so much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this has set us up absolutely perfectly for the discussion that we're going to have. So you see we have 5 empty seats here. Let's invite the panelists on stage. Professor Fouaz Gerges from the London School of Economics, if you could come up. Emeritus Professor Hassan Salameh from Sciences Po in Paris, please. Hina Rabbani Kar is former Pakistani Foreign Minister, please, Minister, and Associate Professor Kilic Burakanat, just seen you. And Ambassador Thomas Greminger, if you could also come up, please. I believe you have the biographies of all of these panelists, but I'll remind you about who they are as they speak here. So non-Western paradigms, challenges in every sphere, global armaments race, how close we may be to the nuclear threat. Vladimir Putin keeps talking about it. Okay, so let's begin. Prof, as you asked me to address you, Fawaz, let's begin with you. Is the world more imbalanced because it's still trying to understand how everything fits together post the collapse of the Soviet Union? We're only talking, what, less than 30 years. Is there more imbalance now than there was in that bipolar world we were used to? And don't forget, please just keep the microphones close to your mouths because everybody needs to hear you. Great, okay. We can't hear this. Ah, you have to press a button. You have to press this one. Let's see. Magic. Go.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so you have to press that button, and then when you're not speaking, press it again. Thanks for the tip.
I think if we take the big picture look, what we have witnessed in the past 20 years or so is that this is a transitional moment in international politics. It's a transitional moment in international politics because America's hegemonic basically power has relatively declined vis-a-vis other powers. So you have the rise of China, even though the United States continues to be the most powerful nation in the world, it can no longer really dictate world events as it used to be. Between 1947, the beginning of the Cold War, and up to the American-led invasion and occupation of Iraq. So you have the rise of China, which is a very powerful nation, and another block in the international system, call them whatever you want. The BRIC nations, emerging markets, you're talking about Turkey, you're talking about Brazil, South Africa, Mexico, India, and what have you. I think I would not be exaggerating if I say this is the most dangerous moment in the international system since the end of World War II in 1945. What we are seeing now in the international system is the convergence of economic, social, and military crisis really all over the world. It's what we call an inflection point in world politics. I mean, the minister talked about think about the loose talks about nuclear weapons now. I mean, the Russian leadership has made it very clear. If Russia's national security is threatened, it could think the unthinkable, point one. Think of the emerging fault line between the United States and China. Many American strategists and Chinese strategists are talking about the possibility of military conflict, not just in economic warfare, between China and the United States. Think about the war in the heart of the Middle East, what has been happening in Gaza, the genocide and the war crimes. And we could easily really wake up in the next few weeks and see a greater war between Iran on the one hand and its allies, and a war between the United States and Israel, if basically Benjamin Netanyahu has his day. Think of what's happening in terms of cultural and social dynamics, the rise of far-right movement across the world, or I would say, probably I should be talking about really the new fascist movement in the world. Think about ethnic nationalism, populism. Think about the fragmentation in the international political and economic order in the international system. Think about economic collapse in many countries in the world, including my own native country, Lebanon. So the reality is, I mean, what you have, given this inflection point in the international system, my simple question as a human being, forget about being an academic, where are, the firefighters? Where is the global leadership? Where are basically the wise men and women who basically try to put out the fires? Here you have the most powerful nation in the world, the United States. I'm not exaggerating, we'll come back to it. The United States now is an arsonist, literally an arsonist. It's an arsonist in the Middle East. It's militarizing the international system from the China Sea to Europe to the Middle East itself. And this is why we have really what I call a vacuum of global leadership. And my hope is that the third powers, the third alternative, a coalition, a global coalition of humanity would fill this particular global vacuum in international leadership and prevent the unthinkable happening in the world.
Okay, interesting you mentioned third powers. I think I call them middle powers. Are we talking about that same kind of newish actor who's gaining more influence on the stage? Just yes or no, because we're going to move on. You've introduced so many different items here.
Yeah.
We're talking middle actors are the same as third actors, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You know these middle actors that we talk about. Turkey is a great example. These countries that are gaining influence and are trying to find their way in this new multilateral order. That's what you mean by third
Absolutely.
countries?
I meant really middle powers.
Yes.
And the middle powers are really a rising bloc in international politics and international economics. They could really become a major bloc, and in playing this kind of balancing act between the United States on the one hand and China.
Great. Okay. Foreign Minister Kar, if we can ask you, because what Professor Gerges has just said about this vacuum of leadership, you having been in those rooms where decision makers can actually make a difference to the outside world, how, is depressed the right word? How disappointed are you at the lack of leadership that we're seeing?
I think disappointed would be an understatement.
Yeah.
I think I'm appalled, shocked, and very, very scared about what is happening in the world today. And the reason for that is that, and I tend to agree exactly with most of the things, if not everything that Professor said. And I found it interesting because I'm not a professor, I'm not an academic, I'm a practitioner of foreign policy at best, right? But been there for 15 years, seen how the world changed from right under, in front of us on broad daylight. But really, if you try and put it all down in measurable terms, in something that we can all understand and grasp, the big picture is nobody's fighting for the leadership of the world today. If we were fighting for the leadership of the world, we'd be dealing with issues like climate change, how to control AI, how to regulate AI, how to ensure that nuclear security remains something which is, there. What we're seeing in the world is a fight for hegemonic power, and in some ways, maybe a play out of the Thucydides trap. But more importantly, what is being forgotten is that whereas in the past, since 1945, a lot of people believe there was a lot of peace there all over the world. There was a lot of peace in Europe, perhaps. There was not a lot of peace all over the world. Post 9/11, if you look at the cost of war project of the Brown University, Watson Institute, they tell you that 38 million people have been displaced after post 9/11 wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, etc. So while as there was balance, there was non-chaos or general peace in the heartland, let's not call it heartland, in Europe and most of North America, how those wars played out, which were in the name of human rights, democracy, values, liberal values, etc., how they played out in the world was not according to the values that were espoused within the mainland, so to speak. And now we are watching in broad daylight, live-streamed, a genocide happening, and the people who were supposed to be the preservers of that order and the rules-based system are actually breaking it down, hammering it down themselves, and calling into question every institution that exists, which is supposed to create that order. And I do want to emphasize over here a difference, because you asked an interesting question, and you asked a question to Professor. You didn't ask me such an interesting question, but to Professor you asked a very interesting question. And the question was that, are we at a worse moment in some ways than the Cold War? And I would say we absolutely are, because we're all very confused, because during Cold War we knew what we were fighting for. We knew we were fighting for two different ideologies. Right now, I don't think anyone knows what we're fighting for, except exceptionalism. This fight seems to be for exceptionalism. So everybody seems to be saying, let's go with the rules-based order, except for our friends. And you know what that does? That takes away any credibility or predictability from the preservers of the rules-based order. So now let me just give you 2-3 examples which really accentuate what I'm saying. When you have senators from the United States of America saying that they would sanction any country, including France, Germany, and that little Canada, as they call it, if they follow the ICC, do you know what it says to the rest of the world? The strong do what they must, what they will, and the weak shall suffer what they must, right? When you have countries which say that we have a moral responsibility because of our history, a historical responsibility, should that historical responsibility of Germany not to ensure that there is no more genocide, or should it be to ensure that the same people who went through genocide should now be propagated and enabled to do another genocide on another people? So the world is fracturing in front of us, and what we don't see is leadership. And we have all of these claims of everyone trying to fight for leadership, whereas it is clear now that people are only fighting for hegemonic power. And what you call the middle powers, if I may say, if the middle powers, such as, for instance, India, you will not argue is not a middle power. You will absolutely put it in the bracket of a middle power, emerging power, whatever it is. But from my vantage point, where geography has taken me, or where I come from, India is currently being enabled to be a rogue state by the very powers which are supposed to be the holders of order. And when Pakistan says, oh, India is doing all sorts of incidents and killing with impunity and has provided this impunity, nobody listens. But when Canada says that even in our soil, and even in the United States, so this is what you're giving to states, even the middle powers, rather than them being encouraged to follow order and rules-based order and law and international law, you're actually encouraging them to be rogue, because guess what? We have your back. And if we have the back of anyone, anything is allowed. So this is what is looking like a disorderly, world.
Right. Professor Salami, how much does the credibility of this multilateral world that is developing depend on Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant being arrested if they leave Israel? Well remembered, sir.
That was really bad news for any multilateral sort of supporter of multilateralism. Thank you. I think the international system is now characterized by 3 big features I keep finding in everyday's news. The first one is the deregulation of force. For a long time, force was regulated. You needed an authorization from the Security Council before attacking. You needed some kind of a legitimate reason to attack somebody else. But like 20 years ago, we started a process of deregulation of force. You use force whenever you want, for whatever reason you think. And it started with the invasion of Iraq in 2003, where the country that has contributed most to the international order in 1945, to the Bretton Woods economic order, to the United Nations formation, was the one violating its own institutions and invading Iraq without a legitimate reason and without authorization of the Security Council, and with the opposition of leading powers in the world, such as Russia, France, Germany, the Pope, and you name it. This deregulation of force was emulated by other powers, since the principal power was using force without authorization. Other powers in the world started doing the same. So you saw Russia invading Georgia, then Russia invading Ukraine the first time in 2014, and again in 2022. And later, other powers started also using force in Africa, in the Middle East, and elsewhere. And with Netanyahu in Gaza, we have reached the sort of maximum of the deregulation of force, both in the legitimacy of the recourse to force and in the way you conduct your war, using all violations of international humanitarian law. So the first feature is deregulation of force. The second feature is what I call diplomatic opportunism. Now you can be part of an alliance and part of another alliance. You can join all the international organizations you want. You can basically think that you are not, you don't have to stick to any kind of long-term relationship with anybody. So you can have excellent trade relations with one country and horrible geostrategic relations with the same country. To give you just one example, during the Cold War, there was like a trade relation between the Soviet Union and the United States of $1 billion a year. Now you have like a Cold War with China with $1 billion of trade every day.
Yeah.
So we are at the age of opportunism. You can have one part of your relation in good terms and another in horrible terms, and you can join an alliance while looking for another one. You can buy your weapons wherever you want and then use these weapons against whom you want. It's the reign of opportunism rather than principle. And the third feature is the paralysis of international organizations. The security, look, the United States of America has used the veto power to protect Israel 49 times in the Security Council. When one country uses this veto power 49 times to defend an ally, how could the Security Council survive such a massive use of? It's the same for other countries as well. I mean, the Security Council is a state of paralysis. Look at what happened at the G20 in Brazil last week. They couldn't agree really on how to tackle numerous issues. Look at the threat of protectionism that is central in the election of Donald Trump. Look at what happened in Baku, where they could not find a way of financing climate change prerequisites. So the multilaterals, and look at the WTO. The WTO is dead, my friend. It's entirely dead. Fortunately, there are still a few agencies in the UN system, basically humanitarian agencies such as HCR or the World Food Program, etc., still helping people in state of misery to have a better life. But these exceptions, although I praise them and I respect them, are not enough to allow a multilateral system to be operational. It is in state of paralysis. So if you put together deregulation of force, diplomatic opportunism, and the paralysis of international organizations, you understand where we are today.
Absolutely astonishing. You're completely right. The UN Security Council, as we all know, has been hampered by the presence of those 5 permanent members and their veto powers. At COP29 in Baku, poorer developing countries wanted $1.3 trillion a year to help them fight the climate crisis. they were only offered 300 billion a year. They said they had to accept because the previous number had been 100 billion, and at least they were moving forwards, but most of them are hugely disappointed. Ambassador Thomas Granger, so how do we fix this, what appears to be a broken multilateral system, maybe because of the old thinking, the old way of thinking of those imperialist and colonial powers that don't want to adapt to the new reality?
There is obviously no quick fix. I think what we again need is a political commitment, and then of course this brings us back to the question of political leadership. States, leaders that are ready to invest in multilateral mechanisms, in multilateral institutions, that believe in living up to commitments by international law, by international humanitarian law, so that are credible figures in trying to restore an order with solid, efficient, effective multilateral institutions. I mean, if you look back, and I think the assessment has been made, you have had more and more leaders that invested, that believed in transactional approaches to problem solving instead of, investing in rules-based approaches, in creating sustainable long-term mechanisms and platforms. You had, major powers grossly violating international law, international humanitarian law, and I think in that sense, the three wars that we currently, the major wars that we witness, they're just a mirror of these trends in the global order. So again, these double standards in approaching IL and IHL violations, I think they need to be overcome. So again, I think we need a new generation of leaders that are ready to invest in multilateral institutions and that help us recreate a new global order that is, yes, multipolar, multi-centric, multicultural. I think we are not questioning that. What we are questioning is, that currently this multipolar order looks very chaotic. We don't see really these positive order-shaping forces in this order, and so it's currently, as we see it, it's inherently unstable, and so I think, what we are looking forward to in a medium to perhaps long term is again positive order-shaping forces, and I think here I would agree. Smaller middle powers can play an important role. And this perhaps, to end on a positive note, when you look back how we dealt with the polarization, with the confrontation during the Cold War, there was a process that many have forgotten about, the Helsinki process, that led to the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe and eventually to the OSCE. And in creating that process, in animating it, in facilitating between the superpowers, the so-called NNN, the neutrals and the non-aligned, they played a fundamental role. And in that sense, perhaps in the short to medium term, while, as I said at the outset, there is no quick fix in reforming multilateral bodies. But I think in the short to medium term, these smaller and middle states can assume an important role in getting us to a more stable multipolar world order.
Okay, I told the panelists that whatever I say, it's just an excuse for them to offer their expertise. So what I suggest is that you all open your mics and then jump in while the other's talking, okay? Let's have a bit of a discussion. Too much of me is asking you questions and you giving answers. You're the expert, so let's bounce off each other. But Kilic Burakanat, you haven't had a question yet, and this is important. We'll get your expertise on how these middle-order countries, like Turkey especially, fit into the multilateral system. But because you spend a lot of your time in Washington, D.C., how does Donald Trump fit into the discussion we're having, right? Obviously, everybody's going to ask that question about everything, including what McDonald's meals you order.
I'm supposed to have the easiest question, but get the hardest, and it's difficult to describe the situation right now. But let me start by answering a question that you asked at the beginning. Are we living the worst of the times? And I think, I don't want to be too pessimistic, but we may not. It could get worse. And here are the reasons. Number one, in regards to our panel's name is War and Order, in regards to the new emerging international order, we do not even agree what is emerging right now. We know that it is not unipolar world right now, but militarily it still seems so at certain point. Economically, we definitely live in a bipolar world right now, and diplomatically, increasingly we are in a multipolar world. So even about the conceptualization, scholars are competing with one another to coin the term. Multiplex international order, post-superpower international order, we do not even agree about the name yet. On the other hand, something that we shouldn't forget, there is new actors emerging. And these new actors, if we were studying this, discussing this 20 years ago, it would be non-state groups, terrorist organizations, etc. But right now, multinational corporations, tech giants, are playing a significant role, especially in the time that we are living with the introduction of quantum computing and artificial intelligence. We still don't know what will be the standards, what will be the rules, what will be the benchmarks, what kind of conventions do we need to, does the international community need to prepare in order to have a rule-based international order that will involve those tech companies. Secondly, in regards to war, we are still in a position that there's a transformation. Everybody agrees that there's a revolution in military affairs right now, but that transformation may here to stay for a longer period of time. Usually when these kind of revolutions happen, it happened in one war, and then we would change our literature. But we see increasing blurring of the wars and conflicts. In good old times, in conflict spectrum, we used to have insurgencies and armed groups, state-to-state war, and nuclear race. But right now, in one conflict, we could have all of them together. And at the same time, we are seeing that the use of technology in the war situations on the ground is becoming more complicated. Because of that, in the good old times, we used to call it complex situation. Now it becomes complicated. We are even have difficulty to understand this. And more significantly, nobody seems to be ready to prepare strategically for this emerging uncertainties and unpredictabilities. We are not sure. States, non-state actors have this constant tactical adaptation to emerging orders, new technologies, new threats. But it is so difficult to provide strategic foresight and strategic adaptability to this current situation. And I know that I'm out of time, but 2 minutes on Turkey. And I agree with all of the participants about the role that these middle powers can play from now on. Because yes, we have major powers, but we see that all of those major powers are in decline. After the elections in the United States, whatever happens, we have a divided country over there. And domestic issues will be more prevalent than international issues. And there is significantly lack of willingness on the part of Trump administration to lead the world or to establish a new rule-based international order. China is facing significant economic challenges. And European Union couldn't prove itself as being a significant actor to establish new rules, new norms that would lead us to a new international order. And under this condition, the secondary powers, middle powers, whatever you call, or regional powers, can play a significant role. And most significantly and most urgently, the role that they can play is being stabilizer in regional conflicts. I think we need that role more than anything else. Turkey has been trying to do that, and Turkey has been advocating the institutional reform, especially at the UN National Security Council, UN Security Council. And we know that, and this is somehow tragic. Gabriel Garcia Marquez has this novel, a story of a crime foretold. And in the story, there was a crime that would be committed by two potential murderers, and throughout novel, nobody stopped to prevent that. And we have been talking about the problem in UN Security Council for the last 30 years.
Yep.
At least, right? And publicly, we have been talking about this for the last 20 years. And more general public, especially after COVID and climate change, ordinary public started to talk about this. This is not an elite discussion or technical discussion anymore. This is an ordinary person is saying that there should be a reform in UN Security Council. And no steps has been taken. And Turkey has been in the front line in asking for the reform of the UN Security Council. And we know that Turkey would not be, it cannot change this alone, but with these secondary powers, with a collective action, pushing the permanent members and pushing other countries who are taking advantage of the current international order, we can make a difference. And the hope is, I start with pessimism, and optimistic note here is, everybody knows that we need to change this order at the UN. Everybody knows that we have global governance. Everybody knows that these global issues, pandemic, climate change, and other issues necessitate global cooperation. And that is the most significant achievement that international community created in the last 2 or 3 years.
Really, really very great points by all of you. And as soon as I said Donald Trump, Professor Gerges was like, I need to say something.
Well, I mean, I think we seem to agree. I think the relative consensus that this is an inflection point, that the world is at a turning point, or rather a breaking point. And the question is really, what can be done? Historically speaking, if our analysis is correct, we should really expect a great powers war. In history, from the Peace of Westphalia in 1648 up to the Iran-Iraq war, all great ruptures lead to great wars. But the question is, how do we manage this particular moment in history? I have several points as an academic, and I look at it really from this part of the world, as really look at from the inside out as opposed from the outside in. The first thing I think, and I agree, that the middle powers, I mean, whether you're talking about Turkey or Brazil or Pakistan or India, I think they have a major role to play what I call a third way, the third way option between a relatively declining hegemon, the United States, and a rising power, China. I think this can be in terms of really interest, economic interest, geo-economic interest, not just in terms of romantic ideas. And this is a very important point. Let's pontificate and call it a global alliance for humanity. That at the heart of this alliance is really economic interest, mutual benefits, and what have you. Secondly, I think the question for me is not really the West versus the rest, as some of us like to. I mean, I don't think there is a West, a monolith. I think rather it's the rest versus the hegemons. And it's not just the United States when we talk about hegemons. I think when we talk about middle powers, or rather the third way, I think we should really align ourselves with many Western powers who really view the world in the same way we do. I mean, Spain, Ireland, Malta, Norway, and what have you. The third point I really would like to see is that instead of really somehow dismissing international institutions as part of the rules-based international liberal order, why not try to use these institutions, as South Africa has done wonderfully, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, the United Nations and its agencies. I mean, this could be really, in a way, we could really own international institutions. We could really, as the International Criminal Court has really done in the past few days. And I think finally here, when I talk about the hegemon, I know that we tend to focus on the United States because the United States has been the dominant power for many years. But I think I also, I want to just add a footnote about the tendency in many parts of the world to look at China as a romantic, utopian thing. China is about China. China is about transactional. China is not, I mean, where's China in this particular conflict in Gaza? China does not really have a geopolitical, vision. China has a geo-economic vision, and it's all about China. So we should not really count on China, let alone Russia. And finally, I think I want to come back to one point about the Middle East, the greater Middle East. What I really would like to say, and I think it's doable. I'm not going to really talk about these kind of, a new security architecture, a new balance of power. I like to see really a minimalist kind of a bloc made up of Turkey, Iran, and the Arab state. And this particular bloc can really play a major role in stability, in security, in geo-economic benefits. And I think what we're seeing in the Gulf post 7th of October, a great deal of maturity, diversification of foreign policy, normalization from top down is out of the notion, a gradual deepening of normalization between Iran and Saudi Arabia. These are really hopeful points, hopeful, beginning. The question is, how do you put it into operation? How do you really set up, create this particular bloc, regional bloc, in order to really deal with major conflict in Syria, in Yemen, in Libya, in Palestine, and of course in Lebanon, helping Lebanon stand up on its feet after 6 years of broken economy and what have you.
Yeah. Foreign Minister Carr, with you in just a moment. Thomas?
Yeah, just on the subject on what to do now. One aspect, let me perhaps start differently. I think one of the reasons for the mess that we are currently in is the demise and the unraveling of the global and regional arms control architecture, right? And here I would argue, let's watch out that we preserve at least what is still working, what is still functioning, while we wait perhaps, for the major powers to resume their strategic stability dialogue again, while we wait for the P5 to again constructively talk to one another on nuclear arms and other issues relevant to strategic stability, like hypersonic outer space, etc. But when I say, let us preserve what is still working, I think of NPT. I think that it's under pressure, yes, but by and large, it's still working. It's the nuclear test ban treaty, still under pressure, but still working. I think it's very important that we preserve these regimes while obviously we need to reconstruct a regional and global arms control architecture over the next 5, 10, 15 years. But we all know the fundamental ingredient for doing so is trust, and trust is so terribly lacking, and trust is not going to come back unless we have dealt with at least 2 of these major ongoing wars. But while we wait for these conflicts to be solved, while we wait to at least some trust being rebuilt, let us preserve what is still out there and working by and large.
Yeah. Foreign Minister Carr?
Yeah, I think just a few quick points as the practitioner once again, right? Because I think I keep on hearing wherever we go all over the world that there's a breakdown of the international order, as if the multilateral order that was holding the peace has suddenly broken down and people are not doing their job. I look at it as not the breakdown of the international multilateral order. I look at it as the breakdown of the intention of the superpowers, of powerful countries, to follow multilateral order, which is without exceptionalism, which is universal in its values and also in the application of those values. And that is what you're seeing as a breakdown. Some pointed out the 49 times where veto power has been used. When Russia uses veto power to protect itself in Ukraine, it is considered to be a rogue state, an autocracy, etc. When the United States of America uses it to protect Israel, it is considered to still be legitimate because it is supposed to have the exceptionalism and of being the protector of human rights for all of the world. So I think it's really important to absorb that. The world order is not breaking. The governance of the world order, the use of veto powers has been weaponized and is being used to protect the propagators and the perpetuators of violence rather than to protect the victims of violence. I think that's one really important point I wanted to make. The other thing is we keep on talking about, oh, what do we call this age? I call this age the age of impunity, which my colleague, my yesteryear's colleague, David Miliband, has even written, in his new role. It is the age of impunity because when the preservers of order start breaking the order, as again, the Iraq war, I think, started that trend, then everybody else follows. And I found it very interesting when it was, spoken about as to the Iran-Saudi Arabia peace versus the Pakistan-India almost being encouraged to be more unpeaceful. And what is the difference? One of the big players in the Pakistan-India in our region is being given that impunity that comes with being with a certain set of countries. And is being almost encouraged to be rogue within the region. However, in the Middle East, all countries are feeling rather unprotected by the, by the powerful countries, which were stabilizers generally, and seeing them as destabilizers, whether it's Trump, who was seen to be an aberration, 8 years back is now the norm, because at that time we all explained ourselves, oh, this is an aberration. It's not an aberration. People are reacting to what they see there, etc. Okay, not going to go too much in that detail. I think the question is, are we, 20 years back, there was this thing about, are we in clash of civilizations, as Huntington said, or are we in the end of history phase, as Fukuyama said? Yeah. Clearly, we were in the clash of civilizations. And what has led to that? What has led to that, and countries like mine have been observing it from the sidelines, I've been pointing out, but we were called the others, right? Is the weaponization of orderly things such as human rights, such as democracy, such as liberal values. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. You go to war to protect human rights, only selectively. You go to war to protect political rights and democracy, and you don't deal with certain democracies only selectively. There are certain autocratic countries we have no problem dealing with, right? But there's certain other countries where we will go to war and kill millions or hundreds of thousands and displace millions, and it's fine because we are following order and values and human rights. And when people come up and say, oh, China is not going to protect human rights all over the world, to some of us, that's a sigh of relief. Because how the protection of human rights has been played out in regions like ours is not very congratulatory. So for some of us, like, thank God, no one is going to impose their version of human rights on everybody all at the same time. Every country has to have its own journey. So when countries come out and say that, look, you do your thing, we do our thing, but it's just being realistic. So I don't think most of us are being pessimistic. I think we're just being realistic and seeing things as they are, because now we can't hide behind the shrouds of propagating values, whereas at the same time killing values. And my last point was, the final one, the reform of United Nations Security Council or the United Nations itself, right? I think a lot of us believe that if a reform leads to more centers of power being created, that's not reform, that is the opposite of reform. Reform and nothing in the last 5 years or maybe a decade, what we've seen is an in-your-face exhibition of that in the difference in the United Nations General Assembly vote versus the United Nations Security Council vote. So if you really do believe in democracy and people knowing you should look at the United Nations General Assembly vote on Gaza and Israel issue, and then look at the vetoes that have been used. So a reform has to be egalitarian. It cannot be a reform which recognizes, oh, these middle powers are emerging, let's put them also, give them also more power to use, to protect theirs, etc. So I think eventually, let me just end by saying that if we do not believe in the universality of all values, whether it is people-centric, such as human rights, or country-centric, such as nations' right to go into unregulated warfare in the name of self-defense. We have seen self-defense stretch to the limit of having the impunity to attack anyone. And I can just scare really scare the world by saying one thing. A country like ours, which went nuclear, has never felt so good about having taken this decision than it does today, because when we see expansion of the war theater into areas at will, without any cover of international law or anything else, you are thankful for some deterrence. And I put that as a warning sign because this is clearly a signal that is going all over the world.
Okay, I just want to get instruction from the people who are directing us on stage. I was hoping we may have an extra 5 minutes because we started a bit late. What the audience can't see is there's only 3.5 minutes of the session left. So let's see if we get 5 extra minutes. I want to come to you, Professor Salame, in just a moment, but you had something to say, Bora?
I just want to add something, and we were talking about how middle powers can play a significant constructive role for the future. And it's important to remember that we shouldn't underestimate the importance of the values, human rights and others. Because what hurts current international order, I don't want to use West, but Western hegemony in certain discourse about the values was the Gaza crisis. Nothing was more destructive to the current international order at the public level than the Gaza crisis. And human rights violations in other countries, whether it is China, whether it is other countries in Asia, Africa, or in Europe, or the discrimination against the Muslims or Islamophobia. What hurt the what lowered the trust to these institutions was what's happening over there. And trust for building an international order is the heart of the thing. And I cannot agree with you more about this. And it is the heart of the international system. It is what brings countries together, what brings peoples together, and what makes people to believe those institutions. And if it is the heart, you cannot talk about an overwhelmingly healthy person with a heart disease. So if you cannot establish that trust and build that trust for those institutions, you cannot form an international order and make international community to follow that.
I think that's a really, really important point. And that trust is about a personal issue that has to be reflected in the people who govern us. We all come from different countries, but we all have the same moral standards, the people in this room. And what we need is for our governments to reflect our moral values. But when we come back to the critical issue here, Prof, it's about what the Israelis are doing in Gaza, right? You've all seen the pictures. Working in the studio, the way me and some of our fellow presenters at TRT World do, it's absolutely crazy, the things that we see. We don't show you a lot of the worst pictures of the hand of the boy, of the 8-year-old who was playing marbles and he was bombed and the marble is still in his dead hand. If there's no accountability for what's happening in Gaza, Prof, what are we left with?
Well, I fear that Gaza has set a standard that will be used elsewhere because of impunity. If after all what you describe, there is impunity, then it will be emulated elsewhere. Because countries will say, if Israel can do it, I should be able to do it. And there are enough conflicts in the world where this kind of things could happen. I see conflicts in Africa, I see conflicts in Asia, and to be closer to Gaza, the way Israel conducted its war in Lebanon, where 4,000 civilians have been killed in the past 2 months, is not to be forgotten. Now let me pick on 2 issues that have been discussed on the panel. The first one, which is, and President Erdogan mentioned it yesterday in his speech as well, the reform of the Security Council. Having served in the UN system for many years, I can say there are basically 2 different ways of looking at it. A dominant and useless one, and another more creative one. The dominant method of looking at the reform is to add the number of the countries who have a veto power, saying that now you need to bring in Japan and India and Brazil, you name it, and Germany, etc. I think that the use of the veto power has been negative enough So I don't want more countries to have that right. I would like fewer countries to use the veto power. And by the way, if Brazil is selected, Mexico is not happy. If Germany is selected, Italy is not happy. If India is selected, Pakistan is not happy. And China will not be happy to see Japan with a veto power. And who will represent Africa, by the way?
Yeah.
You have the Nigerians, the South Africans, you name it. So I think this way of looking at the reform of the Security Council is useless. A more creative one is what we call the Liechtenstein Amendment. That is when a very small country in Europe came with an idea that every country that uses the veto power in the Security Council must come before the General Assembly and explain why it used the veto.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it ends at that, but it's already a step. I think the second step would be a vote in the General Assembly to congratulate or to chastise the country that has used the veto. And in fact, the other way of looking at the reform of the Security Council is not to multiply the number of those who have the veto power, but on the contrary, to limit the use of that right by those who are already having it. The second point I would like to raise is the nuclear issue, because it has been also mentioned in this panel. It's worrying. It's worrying that China has decided to double its warheads from 1,500 to 3,000 warheads by the year 2030. It's worrying that Russia has changed its nuclear doctrine, making the use of nuclear weapons more easily. It's worrying that the three Western countries, France, UK, and the US, are now spending a lot of money to renew their nuclear arsenal. It's also worrying that a minister in the Israeli government at the beginning of the Gaza war goes out and says, why don't we drop a nuclear bomb over the Gaza Strip? The banalization of the nuclear issue is something that is extremely worrying. And therefore, there is a review every 5 years of the NPT, of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And there is in this treaty a very important article that says that those nuclear power should be exemplary in their behavior, should limit their arsenal, and should not threaten to use their nuclear powers, in particular against non-nuclear countries. So if we have an opportunity in 2025 for a new review of the NPT, and I think it is the opportunity to concentrate the efforts of the non-nuclear powers on the duty of those who are already nuclear to behave in a completely different manner.
The banalization of the nuclear threat, I like it a lot. My kids are just coming out of their teens, and they asked me recently, are we going to have a nuclear war? Thomas, you want to say something, and then we will end, and then it'll be time for a break. But Thomas, please.
Yeah, just coming back to these double standards, and I think it's extremely important to say it very clearly that, you know, the reluctance of the political...
Microphone, Thomas, please.
The reluctance of the political West to condemn the severe IHL violations of Israel in Gaza has massively undermined the credibility, the reputation of the political West, and including the credibility of this rules-based order that the political West stands for. And I think here there needs clearly to be much more self-criticism on behalf of the political West, if it, you know, wants to kind of continue to be a credible advocate and promoter of this rules-based order. At the same time, I think self-criticism would also apply to other actors. Let us be honest, there is a lot of applying of double standards everywhere. You also see it the other way around, for instance, when addressing or not addressing, severe breaches of international law, for instance, by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. There was a huge disappointment in the political West that this, by many important representatives of the global South, by dynamic institutions like the BRIC, like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, that this was not addressed at all. I mean, we can easily see why, but I think we should all be more self-critical in terms of applying double standards if we want to stabilize the global order, and if you want to bring back credibility to multilateral institutions, to international law and international humanitarian law.
Let's see what happens on January the 21st and the 4 years that will follow after that. Thanks very much indeed to the panel, and we'll have a short break. Events will continue, of course, after your coffee and pastry, so see you back in the room in a while. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Really great. Thank you so much. I know it's all...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our special guest, the Minister of Industry and Technology for the Republic of Turkey, Mehmet Fatih Kaca. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now have our next session, which is entitled Smart Tech, Big Issues, Navigating AI's Impact on Politics and Society. And now please welcome our keynote speaker, the Minister of Industry and Technology for the Republic of Turkey, Mehmet Fatih Kaca.
Distinguished participants, I am very pleased to be with you at the TRT World Forum 2024. And I greet you all with respect. Since its inception, the TRT World Forum has evolved into a globally influential platform, serving as a vital hub for ideas and dialogue. I firmly believe that this year's forum will once again be a crucial venue for engaging discussions and the sharing of transformative ideas. Dear guests, the technologies of the future are no longer distant aspirations. They are unfolding here and now, creating pathways to entirely new possibilities. In every area of life, whether in how we connect socially, operate businesses, produce goods, or interact as consumers, technology is driving transformation. Leading this revolution is one field with the power to reshape how we live, work, and govern: artificial intelligence. It serves as both a driving force for innovation and a catalyst for disruption. AI enables organizations to make smarter, data-informed decisions, optimize their supply chains, and deliver highly personalized customer experiences. Companies are harnessing AI to uncover new revenue opportunities, automate repetitive processes, and innovate at an unprecedented pace. Governments around the world are increasingly recognizing the transformative potential of AI to improve public services, strengthen governance, and address complex societal challenges. However, with these advancements come new questions and responsibilities. At present, much of AI development is driven by private companies whose primary objectives often revolve around profit maximization and maintaining a competitive edge. The growing divide between the United States, China, and the rest of the world in AI development and deployment raises serious concerns about the concentration of power. This imbalance risks marginalizing many nations in an AI-driven future, leaving them without a voice in shaping the global AI landscape. Without strong legal frameworks and collective accountability, current trajectory signals the potential for what some have termed digital fascism. Today, language models are often trained on data sets reflecting specific geopolitical or cultural biases, further reinforcing these challenges. They sometimes reinforce stereotypes, amplify biases, and promote monocultural narratives. Piling lists of issues demand not only reflection, but decisive action. Our collective responses will also determine whether AI becomes a tool for empowerment and progress or a mechanism of control and exclusion. Turning a blind eye to AI's rapid advancement is neither realistic nor wise answer. Let me provide a more concrete example from Turkey. Today, our employment levels are approaching the 33 million mark. However, due to the impact of innovative technologies, particularly automation and AI, more than 7 million people may no longer be able to perform their current jobs by 2030. Yet, if we take the right steps as to harness the benefits of emerging technologies, we have the potential to replace these jobs with 9 million new roles. Moreover, entirely new opportunities could emerge, particularly in technology-related fields, potentially creating an additional 2 million jobs. The key to unlocking these benefits lies in proactively preparing our society for this transformation. This means investing in education and reskilling programs to equip our workforce with the competencies needed for emerging industries. It requires fostering innovation ecosystems, supporting startups, and ensuring inclusive access to opportunities in the digital economy. This comprehensive strategy lies at the heart of our National Technology Initiative, aimed at cultivating a future-ready workforce, fostering sustainable growth, and establishing Turkey as a global leader in innovation and technological excellence. In 2021, we introduced our national AI strategy, presenting a detailed roadmap aimed at actively contributing to the global transformation driven by artificial intelligence. Our strategy encompasses robust policies and ambitious projects designed to activate the AI ecosystem and foster collaboration among all stakeholders. As a key initiative, we established the AI Institute within the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, TÜBİTAK, to lead cutting-edge research, foster innovation, and enhance collaboration between academia, industry, and government. We firmly believe that Turkey's greatest asset is its young people. Their energy, creativity, and potential are the driving forces behind our efforts to prepare the nation for the challenges and opportunities of the future. Recognizing this, we are equipping our youth with the skills and knowledge needed to thrive in an era shaped by rapid technological advancements. Technofest, the world's largest aerospace and technology festival, inspires and nurtures young innovators, offering a platform to showcase their creativity, collaborate with peers, and engage with cutting-edge technologies. Sector in Campus program provides students with practical insights and hands-on experiences that align with the demands of emerging industries. DENEAP technology workshops are maker labs, which offer comprehensive training in disruptive technologies such as robotics, AI, and programming. We understand that robust and advanced data processing infrastructure is fundamental to the successful development and deployment of AI technologies. We have enhanced our capabilities by adding a new supercomputer to the Turkish National Science e-infrastructure. Through our active participation in Digital Europe program, we are laying the groundwork for strategic infrastructures in high-performance computing and artificial intelligence. Moreover, our involvement in the Euro-HPC joint initiative has provided us with access to one of the most advanced supercomputers in the world, Mare Nostrum 5. We are deeply committed to fostering a global framework that prioritizes ethical standards, transparency, and accountability in the development and deployment of AI technologies. In line with this, We became one of the countries to adopt the G20 AI principles and became a member of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. We are also a party to UNESCO's AI ethics recommendation, the first global ethical standard for AI. With our robust technological infrastructure and highly skilled workforce, we are eager to collaborate with other nations to create AI solutions that reflect diversity, embrace cultural nuances, and address the needs of a global society. The first meeting of Ministers of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation of the Organization of Turkic States in Istanbul represented a major step forward in uniting efforts for AI development and technological leadership within the Turkic world. We signed a memorandum of understanding to launch the Turkish Large Language Model project. This initiative will integrate the meaning, context, and cultural subtleties of the Turkish language into AI systems, ensuring these technologies deliver more precise and effective results. These collaborations will play a crucial role in our mission to establish Turkey as a hub for innovation and advanced technology. As I conclude my remarks, I would like to share my final thoughts on what our response to AI's impact on politics and society should be. While embracing technology as a tool to address complex challenges, we must not overlook the dangers of technological advancements in the absence of moral principles and values. A stark example of this can be seen in Palestine, right on our doorstep. Technology is being used to kill innocents, becoming an enabler of atrocities instead of uplifting humanity. Tragically, international organizations have been unable to present a cohesive moral response to the clear violations of human rights. Similarly, there is a glaring lack of mechanisms designed to address the growing concentration of power among a handful of technology giants whose reach now extends into nearly every corner of our daily existence. Such centralization endangers the diversity and fairness that are crucial for fostering balanced technological growth. We stand at a pivotal moment, faced with a choice: to guide technology with wisdom or to let its unchecked power widen divides and cause further harm. Let us choose the former, building a future where progress is defined by the strength of our shared humanity. In this context, humanity's most urgent need is to establish a moral alliance grounded in justice and compassion. We must prioritize the human dignity and rights of every individual above profit or power. We need to create mechanisms to ensure transparency and give communities the power to shape how innovations impact their lives. Without a guiding framework, no matter the value it creates, the economic growth it fuels, or the prosperity it promises, technology will ultimately lead us into new disasters, repeating the mistakes of the past. I would like to thank everyone who contributed to the realization of the TRT World Forum 2024 and express my gratitude. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and I'd like to thank the Minister for that excellent and incisive summary of all the issues involved with artificial intelligence today. We'd like to discuss some of those with our distinguished guests. So allow me to start with introducing Adam Mosam. He is the founder of Channel One. And Louise Burke, the CEO of Open Data Institute. We also have Professor Mark Göckelberg with us. Professor Osman Gazi Göklütü. and Professor Pascal Fung. Well, welcome to all of you. We're going to structure the debate in this way. We're going to be looking at the benefits, the risks, the possibilities of regulation, and also perhaps for our audience, they may be interested to know some advice from you about how they should study or prepare for the future themselves to make the best use of artificial intelligence. So if I may start with you, Osman Ghazi. Artificial intelligence seems to be very fresh, very new in the news, but actually scientists have been working on it for, since the 50s. But you feel that the need to talk about the risks and benefits is most pressing now. Why is that?
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you for the question. So actually, neither the analysis of risks and benefits of AI or nor the term itself is new. The term was coined back in 1950s, but we are discussing this now intensively because recently the balance between risk and benefits have been changed, tilted, and also there is now increasing conflict of interest. And we, most interestingly, saw that our current governance mechanisms may not actually be handling the risks. So before that, there was this control-based mechanism, there was this already well-established governance mechanisms, legislations, controls all over the place. So the risks and benefits of then AI systems were actually be balanced and governed by those systems. But quite recently, we've seen this shift because of the paradigm shift in the development of AI systems. Now we have this shortly and maybe sometimes predominantly autonomous systems creating risks, making decisions about ourselves, and we don't know how they make those decisions. We don't know whether we are being discriminated against, whether we are actually put in a less favorable position. We don't know how that happens, and our current mechanisms cannot handle that because we don't have the information, we don't have disclosure because of that complicated structure. So because of that increased autonomy, our current systems cannot handle, apparently. So we are now discussing whether we need a new legislative measure, new governance system, new risk management frameworks that can actually address those additional mechanisms. And also, this is now becoming an increasingly economical topic. It's because of, as just Minister mentioned, many people risk actually losing their jobs of this. Many creators, many sectors are being sort of significantly changed, and we don't know how that economic effect will actually result in what kind of situation we're in. So because of the increased, heightened nature of these effects and implications, now we are discussing, hey, maybe we need something else because our current system cannot actually manage. Maybe it may actually be too late if we keep waiting rather than actually try to interfere. Because of this new nature, new balance or new imbalance, we are now jumping in to discuss this heightened in a very heated way.
Professor Mark Koppelberg, you're a professor of philosophy of technology and looking at the ethics of AI. Well, first of all, do you want to just explain why it's necessary to have that discipline?
Yeah, I think it's important to think about the ethical implications of AI, not only in general and not only listening to the technical experts, but also to have a broader discussion in society about the risks and limitations of artificial intelligence. And there I think ethics can contribute to think about what is a good life with technology, what is a good society with technology. And there are many risks at the moment, such as misinformation, people talking only to others who have the same opinion, bias and so on. And I think to tackle these, we need sort of broad collaboration that goes beyond the technical and also includes people from ethics, people from legal, and also a broader societal discussion, like what kind of lives do we want to lead with technology, how do we want to shape technology also as a society.
Louise, we're starting with the benefits of artificial intelligence, and you actually help governments publish data in a safe and transparent way to help build trust with citizens. Why is that important?
So with the trust aspect is huge for citizens. So they need to know that the government is working on their behalf. They're there to represent the people, and therefore they need to show that transparency through the data that they publish. So within the UK, we would partner with the UK government in order to help them to publish open data sets, and by actually making that data available and educating people to be able to use that data and understand that data, you start to change behaviors and build up trust. So one of the initiatives in the UK at the moment with the new government there is that they want to build what they're calling a national data library. And this is where they're going to bring together data sets. And to the minister's speech earlier, to make that data available in order to enhance public awareness about what's happening within the UK, but also to innovate, so to create innovative products and services using that data for the common good. And I think that that's going to be a major step forward. There's always been an ambition to do that. The ambition seems to be quite real now, which is really good. So we're very happy to support on that.
And Adam, founder of Channel One, you have argued for quite some time that it's very important that developing nations observe the power of artificial intelligence and don't get left behind. They need to get moving as fast as possible and make sure they're not left behind, because it's such a powerful tool. Tell us about the possible impacts on society of artificial intelligence.
Yeah, of course. It's a good question. I'm based in the West, so I can give you a Western-facing answer, which is when we think about what forces shape our society, there's four main areas in the United States that do that. It is Washington, D.C., which is really oversight of citizenship and, of course, the defense industry. There's Silicon Valley, Hollywood, and
Wall Street.
Thank you. And Wall Street for finance. And if you think about every single one of those will be completely remade at their core. The value that they deliver to society, they're going through a complete reinvention. And it's one of the few times in history when there are other people that can have an effect, because the gatekeepers are changing over. So if you are in what we consider a developing nation, or honestly, with the world becoming unipolar to multipolar, there are various power centers that there's going to be a vacuum to fill. And I think if you're strategic outside of the West, you want to get there as fast as possible to look at the value and the values that these power centers were putting out into the world and try to figure out the right way and the fastest way to get there and establish yourself.
And Professor Pascal Fung, I think you all agree there are tremendous benefits to be had from artificial intelligence, but actually you would argue that it's important, the most pressing issue is to actually make sure all the models are more affordable, more available, and actually are better, more efficient.
So I have been working on artificial intelligence technology since the late 1980s, and I've seen different generations of development. And I remember in the 90s when we used to think of data that was used to train AI systems, and what we call big data was one book. So that was big data. And today, you know, we've made tremendous progress via, first of all, deep learning about 10 years ago, and then today, these large foundational models. So we need to, you know, today the challenge has somewhat shifted. I mean, in the past, when you're dealing with smaller models and smaller data size, and things were confined to the laboratories. Today, before the models that's even ready, people are already using them in applications. So the cycle from core research to actual applications and in the hands of the end user is very, very short today. So the concern there today is that before we're ready, we're launching the models. Ready meaning what? Ready meaning that we have tested models with extensive, in extensive scenarios, because today it is impossible. These models are so big, they can be applying all kinds of scenarios. It has become impossible to test them exhaustively in all scenarios. So there's also this kind of user-involved development cycle, because where users use them in different scenarios, they provide the data back, and we have to retrain them, and so on. So this process has become gigantic. It's at a global scale. And on the other hand, because these models are so big, running them has become super expensive. So this is why I heard earlier the minister mention the divide between the haves and the AI haves and the AI have-nots. I think the most important factor contributing to that is the assets, the computing power, and the possession of this kind of large training data set. So for different stakeholders, for the global south and other underrepresented groups to have the equal say and equal participation in this technological revolution, it is important that we realize that and that we make it possible to empower people like women, for example, young girls into STEM fields, for them to come in to have a contribution to this technology. Technology cannot be, such an impactful technology cannot be solely developed by male engineers in the laboratory. It has to involve the whole society. And when you talk about democratization, it is important to democratize the usage of AI, of course. But it is even more important to democratize the development of such a consequential technology that's going to affect our future society and future generations. So it is important to bring different stakeholders and empower women and girls to come into STEM and to come into the core AI development and research.
Professor Osman-Ghazi, do you accept these are important points? And how would we make sure we democratize and make sure it's more evenly available to everybody?
That's a very, actually, difficult question, but I'm going to try to answer it from one perspective. So as far as we can tell now, well, all those advanced models are developed by a by a small group of actors, and actually there are now AI global powers and non-AI powers. So I think we have to try to actually narrow the gap between those things. And currently, all those legislative attempts, the one in the EU, the one happening at the OECD, the one happening with the Turkey's involvement as well at the Council of Europe, is trying to do that, but trying to do that in a way that is better, that is making AI better for everyone. When we talk about better, accessible, responsible AI, actually we should be also talking about the actor. So if there is a very efficient AI system undertaking a task that was requiring, I don't know, 100 people's work, then is that system better for those people who are going to lose their job? Or if there is an AI system that is commercializing a product much better than it's used to by processing personal data of the clients, of the users, then is that system also better for those clients and users? So there must be this understanding of holistic and responsible AI governance schemes in which we are trying to bring as much stakeholders as possible, as many stakeholders as possible, but also trying to introduce and implement different perspectives, because having an efficient AI may not actually be something that we want. I don't know, I don't want AI systems to actually mimic my dead relatives. I don't want to see that kind of stuff. I don't want to be tricked by an AI system, but I really want to actually see AI being used for good. So this is a discussion that will go on, but we have to start now before we are actually see this increased adoption rates. ChatGPT was probably the had the highest adoption rate in the history, and we're going to probably see that record getting broken again. In, I don't know, in near future. So we don't want this adoption rate and this hype to get over and leave responsible and better users of AI behind. This is why, actually, linking this to your first question, this is why we now decided to intervene to see that AI is being developed in a manner that is good for everyone, that is responsible for everyone, I think.
Can I just throw in something from Elon Musk? You may have heard of him. He says there's a civilizational risk. Professor Kokelberg, can I ask you, is that hyperbole or is there something to that?
I think currently there's a lot of emphasis in California about these risks in the long term, and there's a lot of doom thinking about AI. And I think the problem with that is that whatever might be true about it or not, it really distracts from the kind of discussions we should have now about the problems we have now and in the near future with AI. So I think we should really focus on that responsible development of AI. And the reason why this is important is that the usual thing with technology in the most of human history is that we innovate and we bring things on the market and we already use things, and then there are problems, there are accidents. And so what usually happens is that then the ethics people and the regulation people sort of are allowed still to clean up the dead bodies. But what we really need is the seatbelts. We need also to really inject ethics into the development of the technology. And my impression is that more and more technical people are open to that. But we have the barriers of, for example, the big tech companies who have indeed gained a lot of power, as the minister said. And I think there we need also some solutions to deal with those power imbalances.
Louise, I don't know if you agree with Elon Musk that it's a civilizational risk, but there are risks, of course, and that's what we're now moving into. Where would you help the governments to mitigate risks?
Yeah, so, part of our work globally and within the UK is to create sort of ethical frameworks and tools and training to make people aware that are working with these systems of the ethical considerations, as my colleague has mentioned, and also the positivity that can come from AI. But the big thing that we look at very specifically is actually, is the data AI ready? So you can have a lot of bad data filling AI, which gives you very bad results, because there's not enough diversity. The quality of the data is not enough. And so therefore it's really important to make sure that the data that is feeding the AI is AI ready. So I think that's something that when I go to conferences, what I hear from big tech is it's all about the output. There's nothing about the input. And if the quality of the input is not good, the quality of the output is going to be bad. And I think that we need to pay more attention to the food stock that's actually going in to AI. And I think putting some decision-making back into the hands of us as individuals is also really important, because right now there's a big sort of scrape going on of personal data that we would have shared out there through Facebook or Instagram or the various platforms we're on. So one of the protocols that we're sort of stewarding or looking after at the Open Data Institute, created by Tim Berners-Lee, is a protocol called SOLID. And SOLID is where it is giving you user-centric responsibility over your data, and you decide who you want to share that data with. Not everybody else is deciding, but you decide. But I think there's a big education piece, and maybe it'll change the course direction of the web in the future.
Adam, one of the risks that you've identified is the personalization of news, which the minister did refer to, the creating of echo chambers where people are constantly informed by those who reaffirm and confirm their own biases. Why is that dangerous?
So I think we have to take a half step back and understand the level of personalization that we're expecting to see. We're building part of it, so we know. And at one level, today, you select what news network you want to watch. And in some parts of the world, you know exactly what you're going to get when you put that channel on. If you compare that to an entertainment product, a streaming service, when you turn that on, they may have a catalog of 40 or 50,000 different shows and movies, and they'll pick a few hundred and they'll show that to you. So the first level of thinking is you might have news that operates that way, where you turn on the news and it shows you the categories that maybe you want to see. But we've pushed that so much farther to the level where you can think about how interested you might be in a particular story, and then pushed it even further, thinking, well, what is your level of expertise in that subject matter? So in the future, if things go the way I think it will, when you consume news, it's news that you want, have some interest in, and in the right format for you, whether it's text or audio or video, but engaging you at the depth of interest and level of expertise that you have. So when it comes to the issue of an echo chamber, if done poorly, this could be a disaster. But I think that there are companies, and we hope to be one of those, that are operating in good faith and feel that there is some societal responsibility that we have to present both sides of an argument. And in fact, I would say that with the technology we've developed, we can do a more effective job than traditional cable news. Usually there's a lot of he said or she said or mudslinging across the aisle, different political parties having at each other. But if you can essentially boil the information down and highlight the issues that one party or another might care about and surface that, you can really do two things. You can give people news that they feel is for them, but you can also expose them to multiple opinions and different ideas. But ultimately, it is a risk, and it will be up to the news provider to act responsibly.
I think we can move on to perhaps regulation now, Professor Kokelberg. There is resistance to regulation, as there is in every industry, and yet at the same time, we have some of the industry leaders, like Sam Altman, coming forward and scaring everybody, and then saying, no, regulation is needed now. Who are we to believe?
Yeah, I think with regulation, there's a lot of resistance, but in the end, I think we need some kind of platform, some kind of basis for then companies to do their thing and do their creative and innovative work. And also at the level of countries, I think a country can choose to just invest in AI and that's it, but a country can also choose to take a role of ethical leader and influence also other countries on the world stage to combine ethics and innovation in smart ways. So I think there are lots of opportunities there, both politically and ethically.
Yeah, and Professor Osman Ghazi?
Can I? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask whether I could jump in. So I think when we talk about governments' attempts to actually regulate this area, take some actions, or about resistance, we should be also aware one thing, which is closely related to Turkey, but for other states as well. Political area is, well, definitely shaped with the interests, and when we talk about legislation, when we talk about actually cross-border and influencing legislation, not all those legislations are tailor-made for all jurisdictions, all states, all countries' needs. So when we talk about governance mechanisms, laws, regulations, and resisting, we should be also taking into account the development gap between those countries and these AI benefits. Because the trend with the technology regulation is that when you start developing a technology and when there is no legislation, when there's no regulation in place, strict regulation in place, of course there are practical ones, but when there is no strict legislation in place, the first movers have these advantage and they just develop. And at some point, if actually you create rules, taking those into account, shaping around them, then you create this regulatory capture framework that will actually prevent new actors from being emerged, or a specific sector not being able to develop in a certain country or certain jurisdiction. That happened in many previous technologies. That may also happen here as well. So when we talk about the EU AI Act, supposedly the most prominent binding legislation, we also have this Council of Europe Convention. You can see that the focus is actually on those developed models, but there are many other small, actually developers, small enterprises that will be affected by those legislations, those strict requirements, that may actually lead them to a worse situation that may happen, that they have been in before. So when we talk about governance mechanisms, implementations, measures, we should be taking into account that gap and not trying to introduce every strict newly emerged restriction legislation to all actors, because that may lead us to a worse situation that we have been in before. That's something we usually just overlook and focus on main actors. We talk about large language models, we talk about big developers, and we talk about legislative provisions as if it's all restricted to them, but there are small actors that needs more fields, and there are provisions, yes, but when you when you experience only the practical side of one end, you actually overlook some small aspects. So every measure, every legislation, every governance mechanism should be tailor-made in the sense that needs of the country, or in the sense of the needs of the sector, for example. You cannot treat financial sector and the medical sector as same because of risks, because of the development differences as well. I just wanted to say this.
And Professor Fung, you're slightly contrarian on regulation. You don't actually think it's the most pressing issue.
I think regulations are, of course, important to protect the society from harm. But I think there are ample regulations in many sectors. For example, in the health sector, in the financial sector, in the Geneva Convention that governs the use of weaponry and so on. So those regulations are there to be respected, and there's also privacy, security regulations and so on, data security and so on. And every technology, whether it's AI, whether it's some other technology, need to be made compliant with these regulations. This is not a debate, I think. Now, on the other hand, I think we are focusing a lot of our energy in talking about regulating today's AI without paying enough attention how to enable today's AI to do good in the hands of many. So to me, the most important thing today is actually to make these foundational models open. So open source the foundational models so that people from all kinds of nations, researchers in academia as well as in the industry, they can perform their research on these foundational models at the source. They can also carry out research on the safeguarding, safety measures of these models, again, directly on the source, being able to access the weights and so on. So it is important to make all these models open source. So there are bigger models, such as the LLMs, but there are also other types of foundational models. Models that are built for programming, for example, code generation, for music generation, and for audio generation, and so on. Today, there are few industry players, such as Meta, Fair, and also Hugging Face. There are few players that are putting their code out there. In fact, different countries are using the Llama open source code to develop into their own version, their own languages. I think that is very important to keep AI science open, because today's AI progress was made possible by the open science community from decades of work. It was not proprietary. If it had been proprietary, it had been closed source, we would never be at this stage today. So it's important to continue to open source what we do and to enable people to do research directly on these open source. So I think that is more pressing than, let's say, coming up with new regulations on the AI technology development itself. I think if you want to regulate AI, maybe in terms of governance, you should mandate that these important technologies be open source.
Mm-hmm. Would anyone like to respond to Professor Fung? Yes?
So just to clarify one thing, none of those regulations currently trying to govern this field is saying, hey, you should be prohibiting all AI systems, blanket and period. It's not the case. There are some cases that have been seen strictly, dangerous, maybe risky. So yes, they will probably over time be prohibited. But the actual idea is, yes, we want this to be used and we are aware of the risks. But we want actually these models, these systems to go through security checks, assessments, maybe some open source initiatives, maybe some data checks, and then we will allow them to be used because we know the benefits, but we also know the risks. So we are trying to balance these two. So it's not ideal, it's not practical actually to say, hey, let's ban this. You cannot actually stop people from using those large language models at this point because we are getting used to that. We are getting used to them in every aspect. The thing is, we should be learning learning how to use them responsibly again. I mean, there is this AI literacy provisions and requirements and notifications all over the place. We seem like to be focusing on regulation, but AI literacy is also part of like legislation. And just because it's not on the headlines, it doesn't mean that those regulations are trying to actually increase the awareness and trying to get this balance. So it's not about prohibition or restriction only. It's about the balance, just like it's always been. How successful they will be, we're going to see only over time.
Professor Kokkerberg, do you think there is sufficient regulation in place, or does it need to actually seriously catch up with the developments in the technology?
Yeah, I think we see that these technologies, especially AI in the form of generative AI, that developments are going very fast. And so we do need to catch up. And the problem is, like with the regulations such as the EU AI Act, is that it's very good at the point when it's made, but then quickly some changes had to be made. And I think we need some mechanisms in our policy making and our decision making as democratic societies to make sure that we can respond in a faster way and in a way that at the same time gets in expertise but also is legitimate, is sort of supported also by people. And so I think to do that we need probably to think about, okay, what is the future of our democracies, the future of the political systems we have in the light of these rapid and drastic technological changes. So I argue, for example, in my book, Why AI Undermines Democracy, that we need new institution that links really expertise with those legitimate bodies like parliaments in order to react in a more permanent way instead of now ad hoc having always some advisory councils, but really have something more permanent and more proactive built into our democracies.
As we heard at the beginning, the minister said that potentially old jobs will die and new jobs will replace Adam. We're in the last few minutes of this conversation, just for the younger people and somebody who wants to retrain. What should they be looking to study, and how should they retrain to take advantage of the new era? Big question. Adam, yes.
Yeah. Look, I think the industry is changing so quickly that the first thing you can do is to stay on top of it, and every time a new tool comes out, you should try it. And really push what it can do, invent new things that you can do with it. Because I can tell you, I promise you, the people that are making these don't know the true power of it. You train a model, you let it loose, you red team it, you try it out internally, but a lot of the most interesting use cases happen outside of the office with the users. And there's nothing stopping you from being one of the premier users of various sets. And it's been mentioned, generative technology, whether it's image-based or music-based, or it could be in the media, it could be in academia. There's a lot that you can do to take the existing technology and push it forward in your own lives. So I would start there.
And Louise, same question.
Sorry, I would say that I think there's, a lot of the AI now is actually doing the coding for you. So years ago, people used to say, be a coder. But that's not so much the case now. I think that people understanding societies and ethics and different cultures, I think that's a really, really important part of how we move forward with AI. And I don't think it should be underestimated.
Professor Kokkerberg? In terms of staying on top of it, retraining, keeping yourself relevant in a new era?
Yeah, I think in the end it requires that we really need also some coupling between the places where there is the actual development of the technology and on the other hand the ethics and the policy. So we need some regulation that's not necessarily always only about forbidding certain things or limiting certain things, but rather constructively tries to get the ethics already in at a phase of development. For example, I co-founded Daiki, which is working on that, supporting companies to do that. So I think we need to think about these kind of proactive mechanisms and also have a framework for that to support it at the societal level.
Yeah. Professor Gujlaturk, how do kids these days choose the course, choose the career that doesn't get overtaken and made, dispensable by AI?
So I'm a legal academic and I'm a legal professional myself, and I think my sector is very vulnerable against these things because LLMs are creating a very high quality written material. That seems like it. I am skeptic on how much reasoning they can do, but that's certainly dangerous for junior, for example, at the entry level. What I can say is that I think not all professions will actually get destroyed or will put to non-existence. It will be like actually transformation. We'll need more AI literate lawyers, and we'll need more of that change, because all new technology is actually bringing their own intermediate levels. So when we talk about, for example, crypto assets and bitcoins, they were actually introduced to abolish current financial regime, but they came up with their own intermediaries instead. That's what's going to happen with AI. The thing is, we have to be careful against this being too quick so that there will not be this societal disruption, because there are studies, especially in the US, showing that people whose jobs are highly exposed, highly vulnerable against AI tend to be of a certain political arrangement. So if you actually create that disruption, that may lead to the disruption of the current political discourse, and they may lead to the government. And if this is going through that kind of reactive the moment, you can see actually a reactive and not very reasonable offensive actions against technology itself too. So I think the transformation is inevitable, but we need to conduct it as if it's an improvement and transitional one, rather than letting it to disrupt. So, and that can only happen by increasing the awareness, giving more space to people to actually who are exposed to AI technology to find themselves a new position, maybe a transformation into a new job, maybe a new enhancement or something like that, I think.
And the final word to you, Professor Fung. Young people choosing a career path, something to study, older people perhaps retraining if their jobs have become obsolete. What's the best way to do that? How do you pick a job that's not going to be made obsolete? It seems like AI can do anything, or it will be able to.
So I'm engineering professor, right? But I think our universities need to change our curriculum. So I have a very radical proposal, which is for the universities to go back to where we were 500 years ago, meaning that we teach the fundamentals, we teach mathematics, we teach the sciences, and we teach humanities, history, philosophy, ethics, and literature, of course. We teach the very fundamentals of our humanities, collective wisdom, and not skills. Because even 10 years ago when people were saying, oh, we should make the girls code, and I already told them, I have 2 daughters, coding will come and coding will be replaced. So instead of wasting time learning coding, you spend time learning mathematics and physics and in fundamental sciences. Why? Because we want to train people to have creative thinking, and not to forget the arts as well, to have creative thinking, to have critical thinking. Those are the most important skills, if I want to talk about skills in a human being, so that they can make their own judgment in the future, no matter what technology trend comes, and no matter how politics changes, no matter how things change in the world, they can make the correct judgment for themselves, for their families, for their society, and contribute to the democratic development of our society. So I think it's very important to go back to the fundamentals and for people to learn the fundamental humanities and the sciences.
Great advice. Thank you very much, Professor Fung. Much appreciated. Appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you to all of our panel, and thank you all very much for listening. You'll be glad to hear it's now time for lunch, so Afiyet olsun. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats. Our event is about to start. And please welcome to the room His Excellency Professor Dr. Fahrettin Altun, the Head of Communications for the Republic of Turkey. Welcome. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and dear friends, welcome all of you. A very warm welcome to our session, Media Distortion Exposed, Uncovering the Forces Behind Polarization. I'm Maria Ramos. I'm a television news anchor with TRT World, based in London now after 7 fantastic years here in Istanbul, and it is fantastic also to be back here with you all today. And it's great to see so many of you gathered in this room to address what is a very timely and also pressing topic that impacts so many fabrics of our society. So without further ado, please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming to the stage for his opening speech, His Excellency Professor Dr. Fahrettin Altun, Head of Communications for the Republic of Turkey. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, good afternoon. It's an honor to address such a distinguished audience in this panel. The title of this panel is Media Distortion Exposed, Uncovering the Forces Behind Polarization. There is a strong claim in this title. We assert that the media adopts a biased attitude, and this claim is not the one that can be easily refuted. According to modern Western paradigm, media is valuable and necessary because it's supposed to guarantee individuals' right to access information and knowledge. In this understanding, media is the fourth estate that's a mechanism about politics. Historically, the media has added to its news delivery mission the functions like entertainment and advertisement sales. In this process, has the media provided individuals with a healthy flow of information? Have people been able to access and freely disseminate information through the media in a healthy manner? No. Mainstream media outlets have conveyed, selected, filtered, and edited information and news to society. They manage this process in accordance with the interests of power mechanisms they were subject to. They presented the information they wanted in the way they preferred and concealed what they didn't wish to show. And in doing so, they cloaked themselves with an armor of untouchability. They didn't share truth, reality,
or accurate information, but only fragments of truth. Ultimately, the information they provided was not truthful. It was 100% distorted. In addition to all these, conventional media in the analog era fueled political and ideological polarization in different countries and societies. Today's communication and media regime, of course, is nothing like it was in the 19th or 20th century. We have transitioned from the analog media and communication regime to digital one. Although this new regime offers many new possibilities, when we look at the bigger picture, we unfortunately see that the dominance of distorted information over genuine information persists in this new era as well. In the digital media environment, it was claimed that individuals and the media consumers would produce content, democratize information, and centrifugal structure of information flows would allow more space for the non-Western world's perspectives. Has that been the case? Clearly no. This time, global media corporations and social media platforms began to ideologically steer global communication flows. They spread distorted information. They systematically produce disinformation. Their biased stance has worsened the crisis of justice and truth in the global communication domain. And along with all these, through their partisan approach, they deepened polarization and divisions on a global scale. In fact, all this should be considered severe human rights violations. This is the proposal I am making before you. Today's dominant digital and analog news conglomerate reproduce manipulative and distorted information repeatedly. I propose that we define this practice a violation of fundamental human rights. Genuine information is one of the most fundamental components of individuals' participation in public life, social and economic activities, as well as political life. In this respect, accessing genuine, accurate, and truthful information and freely disseminating it's a fundamental human right. Today, both major global conventional media companies and social media platforms serve to sustain and legitimize the Western exploitative order and the unjust international system. Let us acknowledge that we are now facing a regime of digital fascism. And unfortunately, we also face digital dictators trying to uphold this fascist regime. Their primary strategy is to colonize and exploit everyday life, our daily lives. To achieve this goal, they promote an artificial culture of hyper-consumption. They strive to maintain a digital addiction system that numbs people. Through covert censorship and subtle promotion mechanisms, they aim to induce changes in political behavior. In all these processes, they seek to exempt themselves from the oversight, regulation, and legal intervention of non-Western states, positioning themselves above the law to avoid accountability. With the transition from the era of conventional media tools to the era dominated by the digital tools, we see that the media has not only fueled political and ideological polarizations, but also contributed to social polarization. This situation threatens the sense of peace, dialogue, and coexistence in the social realm. Individuals of the new era are confronted with the obligation to express their political identities, ideological identities, positions in the public sphere through digital media platforms. This is let's say, a new form of fascism. As Roland Barthes puts it, fascism is not the prohibition of the speech, but the obligation to speak. The claim of impartiality, even in the traditional media era, has been used as a tool to conceal power asymmetries in society and in the international arena. This was essentially a situation that had to do with the powerful's expectation of consent and participation from the weak. After 1945, when the United States emerged as the leader of the Western global dominance and took the stage as the leading force of the West, the traditional Western colonial system of the 19th century was reformulated. The traditional Western colonial system of the 19th century was based on plundering of the non-Western world through coercion. During the interwar period, societies subjected to exploitation initiated a wave of liberation which became a major challenge for Western global hegemony. Faced with this challenge, the post-World War II American hegemony adopted an understanding aimed at making the non-Western world dependent by giving them a share of the global system. And a new international system was built. In that system, the non-Western world was asked to consent to the Western world and hegemony, and that by led United States. The mainstream media in the West and the pro-Western media outside the West tried to institutionalize this dependency and coming relations from that dependency and create consent mechanisms in the process. The discourse of impartiality became the shield of the mainstream media during this process. However, the truth was that media has been a partisan entity aiming to reinforce Western global dominance. Today, this pursuit of consent and the discourse of impartiality have become a luxury or perhaps even a burden for the dominant Western communication and media regime. The global information regime dominated by the Western media is no longer attempting to establish an environment of consent in the non-Western world. From 1950s until recent times, political correctness was the compass of the Western media discourse. Hiding Western ethnocentrism, making exploitation relations invisible, and propagating humanism became the ethical framework of the media. However, in recent years, this picture has dramatically changed. In the mainstream Western media, politically correct language directed toward non-Western societies, the victimized, the oppressed, and the subaltern has started to disappear. The search for impartiality has been replaced by efforts to rally supporters. Ethnocentric attitudes reminiscent in the 19th century Orientalist texts have become mainstream in the Western media. Anti-Islamic sentiments, xenophobic propaganda, once marginal have become the norm for mainstream media outlets. The idea of Western superiority and arguments suggesting that the non-Western world has become a burden for the West have regained popularity. In my view, this process began during the pandemic, accelerated the Russia-Ukraine war, and reached its peak with Israel's genocide in Gaza. Today, we are witnessing a massive genocide unfolding before our eyes. While this genocide is taking place in front of the entire world, the Western media focuses on promoting Israel as a crucial ally for the Western world. Without feeling the need for a politically correct language, they do everything they can to justify, in order to justify Israel's actions, Israel's genocide. They circulate blatant hate speech not only against Gazans or Palestinians, but against all Muslims. They strive to rally more supporters for the quote-unquote white man. They have abandoned the approach of fostering participation in the system and reverted to crude exploitation and occupation. Instead of building consent, they are working to create a climate of fear. Yes, the conventional and digital media actors are as responsible for the injustice, polarization, and sufferings in the global arena as the perpetrators themselves. I must also confess that here I have always found the claim of impartiality in the media misplaced. For me, what is valuable is the pursuit of objectivity. What matters is integrity and honesty, and just as much transparency. Through my academic life and during my engagement with media studies, this has always been my stance. The compass of the media should be justice and truth. However, today, in the face of crimes against humanity, wars, terrorism, irregular migration, financial turmoil, food and supply chain crisis, including the genocide in Gaza, the media doesn't act as an advocate of the righteous, but as a propagandist for the powerful. This system must change. Just as our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan declares that a fairer world is possible, we assert that a fairer global media environment is both possible, necessary, and essential. And we invite you all to heed this call and work together toward this goal. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking once again His Excellency Professor Dr. Fahrettin Altun for delivering such a compelling keynote speech. Your insights have perfectly set the tone, Your Excellency, and also provided invaluable content for our panel discussion. Thank you very much indeed. Teşekkür ederim. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me now in welcoming to the stage my distinguished panelists by alphabetical order. And they are, first of all, the Secretary General of the Conference of the Mediterranean Audiovisual Broadcaster Operators, COPEAM, Claudio Capon. Welcome to the stage. former CEO of the SRG, the Swiss Public Service Broadcaster, plus an EBU board member, and also of TV5 Monde, Gilles Marchand. Welcome to the stage. And the Director General of the African Union of Broadcasting, Grégoire Jacka. Welcome, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have a very special guest from Lebanon, His Excellency, the Minister of Information of Lebanon, Ziad Makari. Welcome to you. What an excellent panel, and different geographies completely and different perspectives, ladies and gentlemen, to address what is such an important subject here with us today. In a world where a single viral post, a single text message or WhatsApp message can shape perceptions and cause chaos, right now, understanding those forces that are driving media distortion and polarization are more important than ever, and it's fantastic to have you all here. And a gentle reminder, we were discussing this before, that misinformation is false or inaccurate information. Disinformation is, of course, is deliberate and includes malicious content. And just that reminder there. And I was reading before I came on an article in El País in English that the decade that made misinformation the new normal is what we're living in right now. It talked about the chaos of information that has caught the world really by surprise, from the UK to the Philippines. The political uses of Facebook and WhatsApp have led to a complete unexpected political disruption. And that disruption, they say, is the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's delve into this now. And I want to start with you, Your Excellency. First of all, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of every single person on this audience, our condolences for the more than 3,000 people that have been, nearly 4, killed in Lebanon by Israeli attacks. So our condolences to your country and your people. And thank you so much for coming here today during this difficult time. Set for us, Your Excellency, the scene of misinformation during war. How the challenges, what you've had to tackle, what people have had to tackle over the past year.
First, thanks for hosting me as a minister coming from a destroyed country. What I can tell you that we will rebuild our country on solid basis, and inshallah very, very soon. True, we were in a war and we are passing through very hard and delicate times. And we had to deal with the media landscape that was created after the war and during the war, and even before the war, and especially with this misinformation and even disinformation that we had to deal with during 1 year. We have 2 major challenges, as we spoke before, and as you know, or as you might not know, we have one priority in Lebanon as a Ministry of Information, and it's to protect the freedom of speech. So we had this double challenge, protecting the freedom of speech during the war and fighting misinformation. Mm-hmm. And the misinformation would come from the Israelis, but also from the Lebanese people. We had a lot to deal with during this period of time, and it was not easy at all. So we tried to implement as much as we can the culture of fact-checking, and we had to create a special unit in the Ministry of Information to fight all those lies, because as everybody knows, the misinformation creates polarization and much more divisions in the society, and this creates a hate speech that was really very dangerous and affected a lot the political life, the social life, and all the citizens. we had 1.5 million citizens that were displaced from their villages and cities and were spread all over the villages of Lebanon and all over the cities. And this was not easy to handle with all the flow and information that was coming out inside and outside. We would develop more if you want later.
And Your Excellency, so you've got that displacement, you've got the attacks, you've got WhatsApp messages. And people need to know what's going on in that difficult context.
As I told you, to implement this culture of misinformation and get sure of every information that comes out, and then to try to put it on serious and official platforms that would eventually, after, of course, it needs time, and this is a process that needs time to change all this landscape, to post everything on trustful platforms. And especially when we talk about the official platforms of Lebanon, we are talking about the National News Agency, that is the most reliable platform in Lebanon. And this is the main source of the real information, and this goes to the citizens of Lebanon, and also it goes to all the diplomatic missions that are in Lebanon. This was the main goal that we had to work out with.
And you just very recently, I will go to our guests in a second, but you also said, well, social media, of course, amplifies Israel's narratives globally, and you said that you wanted to avoid being dragged into the fake news published by Israel and not interacting with it in social media. How do you do that? And of course, we will come to this subject a bit more.
Well, when I said that, during the war, you have this disorder and this chaos, and a lot of Lebanese journalists or influencers used to interact with Israeli indirectly, and this was giving more danger to the people and more danger also to journalists. They were guiding them indirectly into dangerous places, and a lot of influencers also started to, as I told you, to interact with the Israeli army, and that was giving us more problems to solve. So it was something that we asked for everybody to stop this interaction, because it was causing us a lot of problems, and you have no idea what happens during a war, and especially with all this new technology, with all those new platforms. You can count hundreds of thousands of subscribers in WhatsApp groups or in Twitter accounts. So everybody, every citizen is now a television, a radio, a newspaper, a journalist, and you have to monitor everything, and it was not easy. But I guess at certain point we succeeded in having much more safe environment in this new landscape.
Excellent, great to hear this. We'll come back to you and we'll speak more about the harm that misinformation has been doing to society. But I just want to move next to you, Gregoire, and speak about Africa. You are right now in Senegal, Dakar, a country I know very well, but here we're talking also about 54 countries, and there are incredibly different challenges, aren't there? We were talking about education playing such an important role in Africa.
Thank you, Maria. But before making my statement, I would like to thank Turkey government and the official of TRT who are invited me here. This is the second time, and every time I come here, there are so many changes, many people coming in, which makes this forum very, very important. And to come back to your question, Africa is within the world. Africa is a continent within the world, facing all the challenges of the world. But Africa has, you can add on all the challenges of the world two different aspects which characterize Africa. First of all, the level of education is not the one you can find in Turkey or in other countries. The levels are very low. And even the development of what we can call electricity and Wi-Fi network. I'm bringing up these two aspects to show that in Africa, the position of media is very crucial in the polarization. Because in Africa, they will tell you, I heard it over radio, I saw it on TV, and I saw it on social network. It becomes like a sort of evangelium, the truth they cannot define, you cannot contest. And this has an impact, a big impact in the life of African.
So just to be clear, sorry to interrupt, what you hear, what people hear on radio and television, as we said, is paramount, right? They treat it as gospel.
Yes, when it comes from radio, is the truth. It comes from television, is the truth. People don't have time to cross-check the information. And this has a crucial impact in the life of people and polarize the society. Let us quote some example. In 1994, that's about 30 years ago, we had a country called Rwanda where there was a difference or the battle between Tutsi and Hutu. And there was one radio there called Radio de Mille Collines. And this radio was preaching what I can say the gospel of hatred. They were calling Tutsi cockroach, things like cockroaches. And this leads after some time to the genocide of Tutsi with 800,000 people dead.
Incredible.
Because of the work of a radio. You can see the impact of the media in the daily life of people, telling other people, oh, they are not important, they are cockroach, they are rats, they are animals, and so on. And even today, when we come 30 years back, you see in African society, you see some media calling people not to vaccinate children. Why? Because they think that vaccinating children will lead to sterilizing people, African, because it is admitted that African are many, they give birth to many, and they will tell you that don't vaccinate your child, because if you do that, it will be sterilization, which is not true. And by obeying these people, you expose your children to some diseases which lead to death. When we had COVID, for instance, in Africa, there are people, they came with vaccination. There are people on network, on social media, who were writing every day, asking people not to accept vaccination because it will bring a lot of people. And at the end of the day, we met people who were refusing vaccine and they were dying. So this is very, very important. The role of media is very, very important, because when they receive this information, for instance, they see it was on social media, it was on radio, because there are some private radio, commercial radio, who are making the promotion of that type of ideas. When they see, they say, I heard it over radio, I saw it on TV, I saw it on social media.
And there's no questioning if this is correct or not.
They don't have, that's why I was talking about education. They don't have the possibility of cross-check the information.
So what a radio anchor says, a presenter, or what a television presenter says, that will be the truth in their eyes and ears.
Yes.
And as you said...
And that's where the role of public media, public service media is very, very important. at times we ask our members, our people, to go to the public radio, public television to look for the truth.
You've given us some very strong examples there of what is said on radio and television there and not being cross-checked, the role of education in Africa. We'll delve into this a bit more. Thank you so much for now, Grégoire. Gilles, you've spent more than 35 years in television. Just what do you see right now as the damage that's being done? What misinformation are you seeing from your perspective, or disinformation, both?
Yes, hello everyone. I would like to say first that we are really, as the conference title said, at a breaking point. Mm-hmm. I think that polarization is a reality. Polarization is a growing reality. And polarization, at least in my country, has nothing to do with critical thinking or with partisanship. It's something different.
Has nothing to do with critical thinking or?
Partisanship.
Perfect,
I mean, you can have some different point of view, you can discuss it, but if you are not able to have a strong dialogue, if you are in a mistrust, in a distrust situation, then polarization is coming. And I think it's very dangerous for the global society. Of course, this feeling of polarization is probably a bit boosted through two main trends. The first one is the globalization of the world. That brings anxiety, that brings complexity. And the second big point maybe is the fact that our digitalization is also bringing some problems. Mm-hmm. For example, the social media. The social media amplify all those problems in a very high level. And then it's very tough to find a dialogue. And if you don't have a good dialogue in a society, then you can't really live together. In Switzerland, if I can have a small moment speaking about my country, we have this federal system for languages, and we have this direct democracy system. This direct democracy system means that people, citizens, have to vote at least 4 times per year, at least each time for 5 to 6 topics. So, to do that, to be a reasonable citizen, can we say, you need to have a correct information, a balanced information. You need to dialogue, you need to discuss. If you can't do that, the whole system is down. And something to stress also is the fact that in Switzerland, even the single people can try to propose a new law or can fight against a law. We have the initiative system or the referendum system. It means that if you can gather 50,000 signatures in Switzerland.
And do they get through? How dangerous is this?
You know, if you can gather 50,000 signatures in the country, you can propose, and you will have that, a vote, a national vote, to say yeah or not to a law. Can you imagine that? So it means that before to do that, you need to be sure that this proposition is well made. And to do that, you need to have a strong dialogue between the different parts of the society and a good media coverage. So the media coverage is a very important and significant part of the stability of a country. And I think that if Switzerland is still more or less stable, it's thanks to the capacity of the media to provide a good dialogue in a balanced way. So I will not say that we are perfect. I will not say that everything is well done. I will just say that this idea to be balanced as a media is a part of our direct democracy system. Without this idea, all the system is down.
And we'll talk about that a lot because, of course, you were in charge of a television channel for many years until recently, and we'll talk about the role that we journalists have in this. Thank you for now, Gilles. I want to move to you, Claudio, and you bring to us the voice of the Mediterranean through your organization. What sort of misinformation have you been seeing? How bad and why?
Well, disinformation, misinformation is a global phenomenon, so we all know, and basically, I think we have to be aware that this is, comes of the digital revolution, the social networks, because, as Marshall McLuhan said, the medium is the message. Changing the devices, the ways we consume, changes and shapes the content of information. And more and more, there is a new business model in the world. People think that information is something free that comes from the air and lands on a laptop. But actually, so the media organizations have been forced in a way and are pushing for a different way of getting money, that is clicks and likes, as we say. And this has certainly changed the attitude of journalist profession, of the publishers, in pushing more and more fast, often not checked, and often emotional information. So this is a factor of the market which is very difficult to deal with. And I think will continue because this is how it works. As for our organization, we are trying to foster mutual knowledge and mutual respect among the actors of the Mediterranean. And I think we are a small organization, of course, but I think that one point that may give some small help, at least, to this huge issue is that we work in Mediterranean, which is a kind of microcosm of differences, cultural, religious, historical, economic, as you know. And we are trying to build a community of professionals from different languages, cultures, working on common topics. And this idea of working together is very important to overcome prejudice, stereotypes, and this is something that is very important to spread all over. Italians have prejudice towards the Tunisian and vice versa. When we work together, we find we are in a common profession and a common profession. And this is, in a small environment, this is important because at the end of the day, the bigger lie of misinformation is what is called the confirmation bias. So people want to hear not the truth, but they would like to think it is the truth. And overcoming prejudice among professionals, one of the assets that we may use through international cooperation to fight this situation.
Thank you so much, Claudio. I want to go back to you, Your Excellency. And if I could ask all of you to keep your microphone as near to you as possible, all our speakers. I hope the sound is good in the room. Your Excellency, just give us an idea of how much damage misinformation is doing and how does it impact Lebanon domestically, also the news that we get as international viewers and listeners.
We opened the country to all the foreign journalists and reporters, and we facilitated the accreditation of around 1,700 journalists and reporters coming from much more than 50 countries to come and see and cover as they want. And theoretically, they will spread what they will see. So this is one. And two, we also will start a campaign on all the media outlets in Lebanon to implement this culture I spoke about, culture of fact-checking. We created a platform, an official platform. It's called Fact Check Lebanon. We got training from UNESCO and AFP and other professionals. And now we will be the official source of the truth and of the fact-checking team. And this team will eventually spread the truth and the news that should be followed by everybody. And with that, we will try to find a process to insist on all the media outlets to have their own teams. And I guess that with all what we are doing, we will reach a safe place, but this will need time. And of course, the misinformation made a lot of damage in Lebanon during the war, and it could be also it could also damage after the war. We have a lot to build, we have a lot of divisions, we have a lot of reconstruction, and we would like to spread the truth, and we would like also to try to stop all this polarization we have and all this polarization that was caused with misinformation.
And what has it done, what damage has it done to society, to media, would you say?
We reach a point where we cannot even elect a president. We reach a point politically we have a very big division, and misinformation and the hate speech that was in Lebanon did a lot of damage, and we are paying the price anyways. So I guess it will take time to reach a positive place, a good place to start rebuilding our media outlets, to start implementing this culture of fact-checking. Again, I repeat it because it's the main target that we have. Adding to that, we also supported a lot the investigative journalism, you know, because I guess all the journalists want to throw whatever they have from information just to have likes, to have viewers, to have followers, and this may cause a lot of damage. I told you that, I will give an example, that one morning we read that the Israeli ambassador in Larnaca in Cyprus was kidnapped, and the source was Reuters. It was a fake news, but everybody took it, and no one tried even to Google this information, and it reached to all the media outlets in Lebanon, and even much more regional medias, I won't name them, and it was fake news, and it did a lot of negative impact during this war. So
and how does that happen? Your Excellency, how did that happen? How do you think those processes, all those checks?
Well, we tracked this news. We tracked it for the first time. I decided to track them, and we found a guy who was throwing a joke, but it did a lot of damage, and it was everywhere on X, on Instagram, on WhatsApp groups, and as I told you also, and very serious official medias.
That's incredible that the ambassador in Larnaca had been kidnapped.
Of course.
That's a very strong example there. Thank you for sharing that. I want to move quickly to you, Gregoire. The damage that misinformation does. Give us some real-life examples across Africa.
Yes. As I said before, the damages are many in Africa because of what I told you before, the level of instruction, also the lack of electricity. It is not everywhere that people can watch the normal TV, I mean the public service TV, because of lack of information. And you have also to take note that in Africa, which is not in other countries or in other continents, if you take, for instance, a radio does not belong to somebody in particular. It's the property of all the family. In the evening, they open the radio, and many people, many members of the family can meet around the radio and listen to news. When you open your TV, it's the same thing in the evening. You are not in your parlor with your wife looking at watching the TV. So there are the entire family and even some neighbors who comes to watch the TV. It means that when there is something, a fake news or something like that, it has an impact of all all people. That's why I said that, for instance, on vaccination, on COVID, and so on, the impact was there with many people who lost their life because they were following fake news. And in Africa today, because of that level of instruction, there are so many fake news in all the domains. At times, they are even well done that, you can believe that is true. As
Give us an example.
Yes, Minister was talking about the false kidnapping of the ambassador. We have so many examples in Africa. For instance, when this politics start with elections, you know that countries like Cameroon, when there are 235 tribes, different tribes, people don't, when somebody is speaking, the other one cannot listen. So when there is these messages of hatred, when during the campaign, you hear people trying to build messages of hatred with an impact on the society. And we saw it during election in Senegal, for instance, where every day we had fake news coming. This thing has happened, this leader has been arrested, this thing, and there's so many fake news coming. And when you are not a serious journalist, you can believe that in that and go to the earth. That's why all the journalists in Africa, that's what we are trying to learn to all journalists, to teach to all journalists. They should remain awake. They should remain awake. Means that before broadcasting a news, you have to verify. Because the interest in Africa, everybody has interest in Africa. Everybody. And all those interests are not going the same way. At times they are different with the different orientation. So the journalists should remain awake.
All the journalists in the room, remain awake. That is the message there from Gregoire. But I mean,
yes,
people are under
Maria,
pressure, there's breaking news, there's so much happening, and yet remain awake is a very good message.
Yes, and Maria, there is no level where a journalist can say, I will not be awake. Because these people who are making deep fake and the other things are so clever, and they change the method every day, that you have to remain awake.
But do you think even, I mean, this is a question for so many people in the room, that we can even tell the difference and realize when we're talking about deep fakes now, how sophisticated misinformation, disinformation has become, deep fakes, I mean, and to stay awake.
Yes, you have to stay awake to make sure that you are not broadcasting a fake news or a deep fake. You have to remain awake every day.
For all the journalists in the room, remain awake, and all the broadcasters, it's very, very important to never take, as you say, the eye off the ball. Thank you very much, Gregoire. Let's move to you, Gilles. How much damage would you say it's doing across different areas of society, the trust in media as well?
You know, in a democratic system...
Can you move the mic nearer to you?
Yeah, I try, but it's not that easy.
Yeah.
In a democratic system, if the population is not able to vote, all the system is down. And I think that coming back to polarization, we should ask us why are the media components of this polarization. And I can maybe stress 5 key elements. The first one is failing trust. We had a lot of discussion about it. The second one is maybe fragmentation of the media landscape. The third one is news fatigue. You know that very well if you are working on a TV program. Then the algorithmic news, which put us in bubbles. And maybe the last one, and a very important one, is the economic pressure, both for private and public media. Now, if we ask us, what can we do? I would like to say that maybe can a public service, a well-made public service, be a good response to this problem? Because the public service media tend to unify the society, because we have to gather everybody. So we need to reach everybody. So we need to unify. That's the first point. The second one is that we boost interest for political issues. And maybe the third one is that we try to protect from manipulation. And I think that if we can work in that direction, we can try to avoid those very, very dangerous trends of polarization. And maybe to conclude, let me stress 5 to 6 points very quickly. How can we do that? The first point is maybe try to cross-cutting exposures.
Try to trust who?
Cross-cutting point of view. The first one. The second one is impartiality, if impartiality is possible to define, but it's a trend, we should attend to do that. The third one is fact-checking, of course. Then maybe local focus, because if you focus on local issues, then you develop this idea that you are part of a community. So you are more involved in the development of the society. And then media literacy, it's important to educate, to try to use on a way the media. And the last one is promoting dialogue, as I said before. We have a good experience of this dialogue in Switzerland because, you know, we have to do that in 4 languages. So we need to moderate the dialogue. We need to be part of the discussion. Yeah. And then, at the end, we can try to propose some common way. And I think it's maybe the goal we should all have in this very difficult situation.
Gilles, thank you so much. Claudio, I saw you nodding there to what Gilles was saying.
Well, I basically agree. What I would say that at the basis of the whole thing, apart from fake news properly, but there is the change of the professional journalism and because of the change of the media. So the most important thing is, and the danger is that information is becoming, at least in my country, more and more emotional, what I call an emotional doping.
Emotional doping.
Yeah.
Information is becoming emotional.
Because of the reason that Gilles said. Mm-hmm. And this is a risk. I don't see any huge damage. But, for example, in my country, when you measure perception of the citizen towards issues of public interest, either social, political, and the statistical reality, there is a growing gap. For example, people in Italy think the crime is much higher than it really is because the media emphasized anything like that. Or they don't even, they think that there are dangerous places. I even heard someone telling me that he didn't want to go to Sicily because there was the danger of mafia. By the way, Palermo is now the most safe city in Italy. So there is this big gap between the emotions conveyed by media and the perception of the citizens and the reality. And this is where we have to act. And I think raising awareness among citizens is most important. Not just believe anything comes on your smartphone.
But how do you do that? Let's be practical. Not everybody can use a phone. Grégoire was saying so many places in Africa, I mean, this is completely different. They don't even have electricity. But just raising awareness among citizens, such elderly societies right now that can't even use a remote control. I'm saying my mom. How do you check this?
Well, as General de Gaulle would have said, a vast program. Big issue, I mean, a difficult job.
Yeah.
Well, I think we have to start probably to consider that in schools, media literacy must be taught as if it were history or geography.
Absolutely. Media literacy
Frankly,
must be taught in schools.
from my point of view, of course, provided it's done correctly and in a very open way. And then I think also the professional environment, that is journalism, should consider more and more initiatives, even inside the profession, to make citizens more careful in their reaction to what comes from the infosphere.
Absolutely, and we'll touch a bit more.
But still, it's a big fight.
A big fight, absolutely. Thank you, Claudio. Your Excellency, I want to come to you on this issue of misinformation literacy. And of course, misinformation thrives in war and conflict. How equipped do you think journalists are, and also the general public, as we were just saying there with Claudio, to correctly identify misinformation?
Excuse me, can you repeat it? I couldn't hear you.
I want to say, how equipped do you think journalists are, and also the general public, to identify misinformation?
Well, first of all, it's a culture, and they have to get used to it, and it has to be the main target of journalists is to spread truth. And we can go, I think, more far, because I saw here in Turkey two examples that were very interesting for me. A book published by Andalu agency, Kanit, The Evidence. So it was a book of photos to show everything that happened in Gaza. And another production also, a documentary done by TRT, The Holy Redemption, to explain and to prove the point of view that we have towards Israel. So I guess it's also another way to prove things and to document things and to implement much more the truth to everybody and in a very easy way. So I guess there's a lot of work to do, and those new technologies and all those new applications and AI and everything that were supposed to be created for the peace and for the good of the people are also used for war and to kill and to spread misinformation and disinformation. So I don't say that's an easy thing, and we also will think in a way of implementing this culture of social media and spreading news in schools, because at the end, everybody and every boy, every girl has his own cellular, and he can say whatever he wants and he can see whatever he wants. So it's a real danger, but we have to work in a way of transforming this into a good tool in the hands of the humanity.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Grégoire.
Yes, I think that the best way is training. This year, we had in the AUB, African Union of Broadcasting, 9 sessions of training. 6 was based on fact-checking. 1 on the best practice on artificial intelligence, because that is a need for our journalists in Africa. We have to equip them so that they can cross-check, they can verify news before going. And we are planning to do much more training next year, because we think that that is the key point. We have to arm our journalists so that they can verify news before broadcasting.
Absolutely, really good point. Gilles, very quickly, just how do you fight it with media literacy, briefly?
We have some very interesting cooperation with the educational system in Switzerland. We try to promote the way how to learn, to live with media. We explain how dangerous is that to be without any limit on the social media. We do that on the schools. And we start at the very beginning with the small kids, just explaining, okay, it's useful, it can be a useful tool, but it's also a dangerous one. So we try to be part of the schools program.
Thank you so much. Claudio, because you have run out of time, but just very briefly, media literacy and how we fight it.
Well, I think that, for example, the example of cooperation among journalists, I'm speaking now about the profession, of completely different culture and experience could be of importance. I personally face in our activity at COPA as a Palestinian and a Spanish working together on an issue of common interest. It's very enriching for both. And probably that allows the single journalist, it is a long job, to be more attentive and more out of his, let's say, coming out of his sphere of bias, let's say. So I think very much that this is a possible positive thing.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, final words from you, because I know you've also called for verifying the enemy's crimes and archiving them to prosecute the occupation, which makes media information literacy and the fight against misinformation, not just now, but also for the future, important.
Well, as I said before, the future is to know how to deal with this new technology and to know how to implement this, this new culture, and how to form and teach journalism, the new journalism, and that is not only spread by journalists anymore. In Lebanon, for example, we have 3 million journalists because everybody has his own cellular, his own mobile, his own applications, and his own also thinking of everything that is happening. I don't think it would be a very easy thing to do, but we have no choice but to fight this and to try to implement, as I said many times, this culture.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our guests, Ziad Makri, His Excellency Minister of Information of Lebanon, and also Grégoire Njaka, Director General of the African Union of Broadcasting, and Gilles Marchand, former CEO of SRG, the Swiss Public Service, and Claudio Capom, Secretary General of COPEAM. Thank you very much indeed to all of you, and thank you to our audience. You've been great. Thank you very much indeed.
In fact, I prefer if they're already on stage. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello. Hey. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Testing. Can you? Testing, testing, 1 2 3. No, sir. Testing 1 2 3. Test, test, 1 2 3.
Test.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the TRT World Forum 2024. Please take your seats in the auditorium. We will be beginning in just a few minutes. Everyone could please take their seats in the auditorium. We will begin very soon. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world with no impunity. A world where there is justice, accountability, and respect for international law. A world where the perpetrators of gross violations of human rights are brought to justice and aren't immune from prosecution. Imagine a world where robust legal institutions hold the powerful to account and where everyone, the most vulnerable, have equal access and equal recourse to the law, whether they live in Gaza or in the wealthiest nation on earth. Hello, I'm Rida Fakhri. A very warm welcome to this session. It is my pleasure to moderate this discussion where we look at the challenges facing the international legal system and where we try to find ways to see how justice and accountability can be delivered in an increasingly polarized world and in an increasingly politicized environment. What we have all witnessed over the last year or more, day after day in Palestine, has shattered not just our most fundamental beliefs in humanity, but also our belief in the rule of law and the principles of international justice applied equally. It has also exposed, in the cruelest of ways, much of the world's hypocrisy and the glaring double standards. As major powers insist on pursuing some rules for some and insist on applying a so-called rules-based order on themselves. For many Western democracies, international law seems to have become a mere guideline, mere recommendations at best, applied all too often selectively and in all too many cases conveniently. The situations in Ukraine and Gaza couldn't have become or been more revealing. In one case, the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, which adjudicates on issues of general disputes between nations, and the International Criminal Court, which seeks to prosecute individuals, high-ranking officials, leaders, individuals, for war crimes and crimes against humanity, have taken several steps in the past 12 months. Steps that seem bold. Steps that go against the established status quo. But in some cases, their decisions, their rulings, their arrest warrants have been ignored. In others, they have been warmly welcomed and embraced. Despite all of these outside pressures, and for the first time in its history, the international legal system has dared to pursue rulings and arrest warrants for leaders who are closely aligned to Western powers. So there couldn't be a more appropriate time to discuss the state of international law and its mechanisms, its recent achievements, but also its long-standing failings. Over the past year, the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court have taken these decisions that many of us didn't think possible a few years ago. But are these steps as bold, as unexpected as they may seem? Are they enough, given the scale of devastation and suffering that we see every day in Gaza? Can we avert future wars if certain nations refuse to hold others to the same standards of international law? If some crimes go unpunished, can we continue to bring justice to some and not to others? Can we implement international law only when it serves certain interests? Can we bring justice? Can we see justice delivered if some of the world's most powerful nations continue to shield themselves and their allies from prosecution? Welcome to this session. The title of the session is The Test of International Law, addressing gross violations of human rights in conflicts. To address so many of these pressing and consequential issues before the ICJ and the ICC, it is my privilege to welcome to the stage a distinguished group of panelists. Can I invite them to the stage, starting with Judge Carmel Adjus, Judge at the International Residual Mechanism for Criminal Tribunals. He is the former president of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Professor Cüneyt Yüksel, Professor of Law, Chairman of the Justice Commission of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. He's also an Istanbul MP for the AK Party. Mohammed Badr, Professor of Comparative and International Criminal Law. Dr. Omar Suleiman, a civil rights activist. And last but not least, Michael Link, Professor of Law and former Human Rights Special Rapporteur. Welcome to you all. Let's discuss all of these issues and more. Judge Carmel Adjus, as I just said, you served as president of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. When you look at the situation in Gaza today, and as we've just been saying, the issue of the moment, the critical issue today when it comes to the legal framework, is the decision made, somewhat belatedly, some would say, by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants for two top Israeli leaders and some Hamas leaders. The former defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, but also the current Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. First, let me ask you, as a judge, did you expect that it would take so long for these three judges of the ICC to finally act on the application made by the prosecutor, Karim Khan? And secondly, now that they have, how do we implement it?
Thank you for the question. One of the big problems that has besieged the ICC is the way investigations are carried out, arrest warrants are issued, and proceedings are started. There is an enormous departure from the way that the ICTY and the Rwanda Tribunal, for example, were using. And these differences are crucial. For example, let me give you a simple example. At the ICTY, I wouldn't know as a judge, and also all the other judges wouldn't know if the prosecutor is investigating someone. We wouldn't know. But at a certain point, one of us could receive a dossier with a request for confirmation of an indictment against a particular person, and also either simultaneously or subsequently to issue an arrest warrant. The arrest warrant is issued by the judicial authority, by the judge. And this is carried out by just one person who will study the dossier. And of course, if it's a couple of hundreds, you read it, you go through it in less than a weekend. If it's a lengthy and complicated one, you take more time. But basically, confirmation of indictments before the ICTY used to be concluded in a very short time. Then you had a question of whether the indictment was to remain sealed or whether it was to be made public.
Are you surprised at how long it took in this case?
I am a bit surprised in a way and not surprised in another, because as I said, I know that the system at the ICC is not conducive to have these procedures concluded within a very short time. This creates problems. multiple problems, as you can see at the current moment, because the situation in Gaza and in Ukraine, the situations are very critical. And when you are faced with a critical situation, the remedy of the issue of confirmation of an indictment or the issue of an arrest warrant becomes a matter of urgency.
Let me ask you a practical question before we move on. So as important as it is to have these indictments, not just is it hugely symbolic, but it's an important legal moment as well. How significant is it if they will remain unenforceable? How do you enforce these arrest warrants?
Listen, this is also...
In a world where, political pressures exist in abundance.
This is a big problem also with the ICC. Unfortunately, the ICC has been operating since 2002. Basically, you can start counting from 2005. Overall, the number of indicted persons that have been tried is just 26. And 11 of those have been acquitted. But you know what? There are 30 more fugitives. There are indictments against them, there are arrest warrants against them, and they remain at large. Some have been at large for more than 10 years, some even more than that. For example, Gaddafi's son, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi. He has been on the run since 2012, something like that. Some of the Russian officers that were indicted in relation to the events that happened in Georgia are still there. The indictments are there, the arrests are there.
Yeah.
So it's not symbolic, no, it's tragic.
Yeah.
It's tragic having 30 persons, all at large, and number-wise they are more than the persons that you have tried in roughly 20 years, is a sad situation. Still, I believe in the ICC. In other words, I am critical, but I have hope in the ICC, and I have faith in the ICC.
Well, it's tragic, but you remain hopeful, which is important. Professor Yüksel, looking at what we have seen from the ICJ, which is the only international court in the world that adjudicates these disputes between nations, we have seen a drive by some of the smaller nations, the less important nations, politically speaking, shall we say, from the global south, take on the established status quo, starting with South Africa, and others have followed. They took on the case of genocide against Israel at the ICJ. Can the legal case brought by them, do you think, lead anywhere, given the position of the United States and other powerful countries that continue to shield Israel from any accusations?
Let me start actually saying that we are at a critical turning point in the field of international law, especially international humanitarian laws as well. And since the developments of October 7, 2023, actually, I think require us to think deeply about the effectiveness, fairness, legitimacy, and future of international law and international humanitarian laws. So I think what distinguishes the double standard in the case of especially Gaza from many other cases of selective application of international law is that it is two
brutally obvious to deny and too difficult to obfuscate and too arbitrary to rationalize. So I think Gaza is more than a humanitarian crisis at this stage. It's a crisis of humanity. When you consider death of 45,000 civilians, including more than 17,000 children and more than 12,000 women, I think at this point Israel is openly committing genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes just like Nazi Germany did. So I believe this genocide in Gaza is not just merely the result of recent events post-October 7th, 2023, but somewhat culmination of Israel's 75 years of apartheid, 56 years of occupation, and 16 years of blockade against Palestinians. So this, at this stage, when we look at especially South Africa's application, when South Africa filed a lawsuit against Israel at the International Court of Justice, seeking also provisional measures for violations of the Genocide Convention. I think while the ICJ is independent, but it relies on the UN Security Council for enforcement, which has hindered actually the impact of the ICJ rulings. For example, despite provisional measures in January, March, and May 2024, ordering Israel to cease genocidal acts in Gaza, Israel has not complied, as you know. So here, the US and Israel have, as you know, criticized the case, with the US using its veto power to block actions against Israel. So the ICJ's rulings are legally binding, but challenging to enforcement, just like you mentioned for the ICC.
But so what can individual countries, Professor, like Turkey and others, what can they do? You mentioned the close relationship, obviously, between the United Nations and the ICJ. The ICJ is an important pillar of the UN. It's an important organ within the UN. But what type of actions can individual governments, like yours, take to change things? We've heard President Erdogan say for many years there needs to be reform of the whole United Nations system, the Security Council. But it has been talk by many nations for many years. How do you turn that into concrete action? Can you?
Actually, back to your question, if the genocide case against Israel gains support from non-Western countries like Turkey, like Bolivia, Colombia, Mexico,
Nicaragua.
Chile, Nicaragua, all these countries actually have intervened already. I think this could lead to a shift in international law and humanitarian action. So in every meetings, actually, whether it is multilateral meetings or international organizations, we encourage all the other countries to intervene in this case. So the outcomes might include a decline in Western dominance with non-Western nations playing a larger role in shaping global norms. and stronger enforcement of international law. As you just said, potential reforms in the United Nations system to address power imbalances. So ultimately, I think the genocide case could mark a pivotal moment advocating for fairer application of international humanitarian law and greater accountability for human rights protection.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Yüksel. To you, Professor Badar, we've been talking both about the legal system from an ICC perspective, holding individuals accountable, and the ICJ, holding nations to account. When you look at both these mechanisms of international law, which do you think ultimately is able to deliver justice? In other words, can you achieve international criminal justice and prevent future gross violations of human rights in conflicts if you only hold individuals accountable when individuals are pursuing state policy in many instances?
Thanks again, Ms. Gida, and thanks for TRT for this kind invitation. And I will now look for the future generations, if you allow me to answer this question. First of all, I have to say in 1974, 1970s, if you would like to go to the International Court of Justice to see any case, there was no cases. Look now how many cases before the International Criminal Justice. The International Court of Justice. How many cases now? Even if you will go, you will not be able to attend because it's so busy. So from 1970s to 2024, I think that the international criminal justice is moving forward. International justice is moving forward. However, and this was a question also often asked, but what about all these provisional measures by the International Court of Justice, the World Court, which is different, like Ms. Rida said, than the International Criminal Court? Both, they are in The Hague. It's the implementation and the enforcement, but we shouldn't lose hope. We have one advisory opinion request from the General Assembly. That is very important also to say that the General Assembly was so active in this conflict. The General Assembly asked the International Court of Justice, I need advisory opinion on this prolonged occupation. We are talking about more than 60 or 70 years occupation. And the International Court of Justice has to say, International Court of Justice is writing history. Back again, the enforcement of the provisional measures. Yes, I have to say, Israel didn't look at any of the provisional measures. We have also one provision that, yes, Israel, you have to stop incitement to genocide and you have to punish those who incited to genocide. Israel will not look at. But it was big threat to Israel. Take care, if you continue incitement for genocide, a case will be built on you. They are going parallel now. We have at The Hague, the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court going parallel. One, like Ms. Rida said, International Criminal Court, individual criminal responsibility. Yes, we have now individual criminal responsibility. We have arrest warrant against senior officials. I am from the Middle East. I was in Egypt 4 or 5 days ago. People were surprised. It's really happening. Yes, it took incredible long time. Why? Because we lawyers, we know how to interrupt justice. United Kingdom, there are some lawyers represent United Kingdom, they went and they filed during the arrest warrant process that, please, pre-trial chamber, don't issue arrest warrant because the ICC has no jurisdiction on Palestine. Something I said, they tailor something, they fabricate something. Even though with all this delay, the pre-trial chamber managed to issue arrest warrant. Back to the question, individual criminal responsibility and state responsibility. I have to say, and I will stop in 2 minutes, look at crimes against humanity. In order to prove crimes against humanity, you have to prove for the International Criminal Court statute, we name it the Rome Statute, that there is state policy or organization policy. So if you prove it, it directly means that if Mohammed Badar committed crimes against humanity, I also belong to X state, so this X state will be also implicitly there. but the International Criminal Court is not dealing with individual, sorry, with state responsibility, is the International Court of Justice. So we have two parallel cases. The same that happened, Bosnia-Herzegovina, they took Serbia to the International Court of Justice for genocide. After 11 years, we have a decision from the International Court of Justice. At the same time, we have Srebrenica genocide. And I will stop here and remember, in July 1995, General Mladic, during Srebrenica genocide, he said, we took the revenge, and no one expected that Milosevic, Mladic, Karadzic will appear. Like my senior colleague judge here, it will take time, but we shouldn't lose hope. Thank you.
You say we shouldn't lose hope, and I know you address yourself mostly to the younger generation of future leaders who may be sitting here today, who have been, let's be honest, over the last few years, disillusioned with the international order, the global system. And a huge ingredient in that, a huge pillar, is obviously justice and accountability. You say we've seen so many people in the dock that we didn't expect. I wonder if you expect to see someone as powerful and seemingly completely immune as Netanyahu in the dock someday. And Judge Edges called it tragic. Many other people are calling it a farce. That's in reference to international law. How do you look at it?
I'm not sure if Netanyahu is 76 years old now, he will stay till maybe 5 or 6 years, but I will give a big surprise. It never happens that we have something trial in absentia before International Criminal Court. Only Special Tribunal for Lebanon, they apply their own law. Few months ago, the International Criminal Court issued a decision that based in Uganda, a senior figure, there is something called confirmation of charges, will happen during his absence. Back again in 1 minute to say what I'm saying, not to lose focus. Trial in absentia is not accepted in international law. However, we have, after the arrest warrant of Netanyahu and others, something called confirmation of charges. There is no trial. The trial will come after 1 year, if it happens. Confirmation of charges, and here history will be written. Everyone will bring the case and evidence before the International Criminal Court. The defense of Mr. Netanyahu and others, and the prosecutor, he has his own people to bring. Everything will be watched public, and the history will be written, and all the massacres against the 45,000 Palestinians who died will be evidence at the court. However, even if Mr. Netanyahu will not appear before, will not be arrested, based on this precedent in Uganda case, the trial chamber or the pre-trial chamber should go in his absence. What I am really concerned, not about one person, I'm concerned that the history will be written and the evidence will be shown to everyone, and the state who was victim of Holocaust is committing genocide.
So you think we will see justice? Quite often, justice delayed, justice denied. That's what people feel. But you think justice will be served one way or the other, eventually?
It has been served for me, yes. And it's history that we have arrest warrant for the first time after 70 years, Ms. Rida. There was no accountability for any senior official for 70 years. It just happened a few weeks ago. Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Omar Suleiman, when we look at the current state of the world and the legal system, especially with regards to Palestine and the Middle East, it's difficult not to see the hugely significant, but some would say nefarious, and highly hypocritical role of major powers like the United States. Right. And I address this to you, being a civil rights activist in the US. When you look at the protest movement, especially from the younger generation of students on many of the leading US campuses, but the crackdown that also followed, right, the pressures that were applied on some of the heads of those schools who were forced to step down. How did you live that moment, and how significant is it in putting pressure eventually on the US government?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to respond, but also tie the response into the answer to that particular question. I love the optimism of my co-panelists, and I say this with utmost respect, and it's not even a refutation. I hope they're right. But I also would say that the Palestinian people have absolutely zero hope in anything outside of God and then themselves. They have been failed by every... To this moment, they've been failed by every single international system of accountability. Now, what that means is not that we should discount the significance of these moments, but to say that there's a difference between a symbolic victory and a substantive victory, and a symbolic victory should be taken at face value for what it is up until this point, until these warrants are enforced, until Israel is actually brought to justice. And let's be clear, the problem is not Netanyahu alone, the problem is Israel. So until these war criminals are brought to justice through these international mechanisms, then most of us will simply take it as political theater until we are proven wrong, and we would love to be proven wrong. But until we are proven wrong, we will take it as another symbolic victory, and we will factor it in to the overall progress of the global Palestinian movement and the awareness movement for the rights of Palestinians, while thanking and showing gratitude to our brethren in South Africa and to those that have tried to enforce what are supposed to be international legal norms. And so for me, I take it, it's almost like when you're a child growing up and you realize that professional wrestling is scripted and staged. I think that's how most people feel about international systems of law, so long as they are held hostage by the United States. So long as the United Nations is held hostage by the United States veto, we don't believe in these systems. With that being said, I think that young people are taking to the streets, they're taking to their college campuses, they are innovating in inspiring ways to show that they will not be silenced by the legal crackdowns in the United States, by the enforcing of draconian law in the United States to strip them of their freedom of speech on behalf of the Palestinian people. What I saw on those college campuses was not only inspiring and encouraging because of the zeal that I saw in those students, but also how flustered the authorities were in the face of those encampments. They did not anticipate that the students that they have taught to speak up would actually speak up against them and take to their campus lawns. These students were supposed to be cultured into the same systems and ways of thinking that those campuses have enforced. And when those students rebelled against campus norms, it left them deeply troubled. They didn't know what to do with themselves. You also could not tarnish those students as the Islamic radicals, because in some of those encampments, the majority of the students were actually Jewish. And almost all of them, the majority, were not even Muslim. Certainly, none of them were majority Palestinian, and so you couldn't taint the spirit of those campus protests. And so what we are seeing now, and what I find encouraging, is that the aura of Israel's invincibility is being shattered. And the hypocrisy...
Is it though? And to what extent? Because I was about to ask you, how much of a crack are we beginning to see in that almost unshakable support for Israel? You know, it's more than support. It goes even to, I guess, being described as devotion in many instances on both sides of the aisle. How shakeable is that alliance? And I want you also to sort of allude to the important role of the US media in the way they've portrayed Palestinians over the years, the dehumanization of women and girls and men, and how these two go hand in hand in breaking, in many ways, as you say, the hold that the pro-Israel lobby has on US politics and the rest of it.
Well, look, at some level, there has never been a moment in our lifetimes where there are more people saying free Palestine than right now. And so that is a cause for hope, that the streets of the world are loud, and the silenced streets in the Muslim world and beyond, where governments do not allow the people to say free Palestine, their hearts are beating for a free Palestine. And so we're seeing a global movement for Palestine like never before, and that is a cause for hope. Now, when you talk about the genocide and you talk about the crimes of the state of Israel, you cannot exclude the United States. And I will start believing in these systems when Joe Biden is prosecuted, even if posthumously, for his role in this war crime, for his role in this atrocity. When Antony Blinken is treated like Gallant, then I will believe in these systems. And so in this day and age, what we see right now, you know, bless his heart, Sam Husseini, hounding Matthew Miller in every single press briefing and not letting him get away with his hypocrisy is necessary. We have to make tyrants uncomfortable with their tyranny. We have to make power uncomfortable with its hypocrisy. We have to expose it so much so that the average American connects their domestic frustrations of not being able to have a livable wage with the destructive foreign policy of the United States empire. Those connections are being made, and so as much as you are seeing both parties dig their heels into this loyal support of Israel, you are seeing that that support within both bases is starting to actually crumble on the left and even surprisingly on the right. And so the facade has been exposed. Gaza has put every single international norm on trial, and in the process has shattered everything that we used to take as orthodoxy.
Michael Link, last but not least, is this a moment of truth for the international global system, for the world order, for every government in the world? You are someone who very closely documented the daily lives of Palestinians under Israeli occupation for many years as Special Rapporteur for the United Nations. You were preceded by Richard Falk and John Dugard. You were succeeded by Francesca Albanese. All of you serve as independent UN experts for 6 years. How would you describe what is going on in Palestine today? Are you surprised by the deafening silence of the entire world?
Of course I'm astonished, and I'm sure most people in this room would be taken aback by the scale of the destruction, the scale of the suffering, the scale of the death and wounded. I was one of those who thought in late November, early December 2023, surely this is going to be a ceasefire by the end of December. There's too much death, too much destruction, too many blatant violations of international law. Who around this table really would have thought that we'd be sitting here almost 14 months later with a death toll of approaching 45,000 people, of over 2 million Gazans, Palestinians in Gaza, who have been displaced once, twice, 10 times with respect to this, with a pitiful amount of aid entering into Gaza, even though there are hundreds of trucks full of humanitarian aid waiting outside of Rafah or Khorasherim entry point. How many people would have thought that the world, and primarily the global north, the United States, Canada, Europe, would have sat so passively beside this? Yes, there's been some small movement. Some European countries, Canada, have restricted some arms shipments with respect to this. But in terms of a comparison between how the global north has treated the Russian invasion of Ukraine with the Israeli genocide in Gaza is an astounding gap in terms of reaction. And this doesn't condemn international law. I want to make it clear that I think international law provides us with most of what we wind up needing. But international law doesn't have its own judges. International law doesn't have its own army. It needs international political resolve in order to be able to put into effect all of the great humanitarian and human rights and criminal aspects that we've created for this international legal architecture over the last 80 years. And that hasn't happened, and that hasn't happened primarily because of the global north. I can't think of another conflict in the modern world as Israel and Palestine, where the gulf, the chasm between the global north and the global south is so stark, is so bare, and is so painful to wind up watching.
As a legal expert, let me ask you, would you use terms like genocide and ethnic cleansing to describe what is going on without having to wait for a ruling from the World Court? Would you use these terms to describe what is going on? And how important is it to use these terms in order to hold some of these countries that you referred to in the global north accountable for violating these laws, for continuing to fund this so-called war on Gaza, to continue to provide these weapons, quite often in violation of their own domestic laws?
You've put your finger on the hole in the heart of the international legal system that we wind up having now, and that is the issue of accountability or the lack thereof. I devoted 3 of the 12 reports that I issued as Special Rapporteur between 2016 and 2022 with respect to accountability. Accountability, obviously, with respect to Israel, but why hasn't that accountability been imposed by those in the global north? And the answer is they can live with it. They have wound up ignoring their own laws. We have plenty of provisions in international humanitarian and human rights law that holds accountability. It's right there in Common Article number 1 of the four Geneva Conventions. It's right there in the 2001 Articles on State Responsibility. It's right there in Article 25 and Article 6 of the Charter of the United Nations. So let me say something provocative here, if I'm allowed to in this audience. Does Israel deserve to maintain its membership in the United Nations? Article 25 of the Charter of the United Nations says that every member state must obey every decision of the UN Security Council. There are over 30 resolutions over the last 45 years that Israel has disobeyed, has defied with respect to the Israeli settlements, with respect to the annexation of East Jerusalem, with respect to the application of the Fourth Geneva Convention as an occupying power. Israel has defied all of those. We have to go a step farther and look at the role of the United States. The United States has vetoed approximately 50 resolutions over the last 50 years that are critical of Israel. No other permanent member of the United Nations Security Council has vetoed even one resolution critical of Israel during that period of time. And when the United States allows resolutions of the Security Council to pass with respect to the annexation of East Jerusalem, with respect to the application of the Fourth Geneva Convention, with respect to the illegal Israeli settlements, the United States uses its authority to ensure those resolutions are not put into effect. So Article 3 of the 1948 Geneva Convention says it is illegal to be complicit in a genocide. So if you are the country that supplied, according to conservative figures, $22 billion in aid since October 7th, military aid, if you are the permanent member of the Security Council that has vetoed 6 resolutions proposing ceasefires since November of 2023, and even allowing a resolution to go through in June of 2023, which said instant and endurable ceasefire, immediate release of the hostages, no Israeli presence in the Gaza Strip, and you let that die on the vine. What does that say with respect to responsible diplomacy today?
I think you put your finger on it and obviously echo what a lot of people feel. about the state of affairs in today's world. We just have a few remaining minutes, and I would love to get each one of you's concluding thoughts on where we are today, but more importantly, where we go from here. So to you first, Judge Aegis, you heard Michael Link lay bare the reality of the world today. Let's face it, in the face of such obstruction of law, shall we call it, by the United States and its allies, how much chance for any meaningful law to be implemented?
Well, let's stand firmly with our feet on the ground. The current situation as it is today, it is very bleak. It looks really bleak and discouraging. But I worked in a tribunal where we never, or let's say, we were not very hopeful to get Milosevic. We were not very hopeful to get Karadzic. We were not very hopeful to get Mladic, and we got the three of them.
But you didn't have the United States against the idea of getting them.
No, we didn't have the United States again, and that is a problem. And it's not just the United States. This is why I say that the current situation is somewhat bleak, because even inside the EU, the suddenly seem to appear some cracks. Statements made by France recently after a deal was reached for the Lebanon ceasefire shook quite a few people, including myself. And there were outright condemnations or criticism by, for example, Amnesty International, almost immediate, by Human Rights Watch, almost immediate. But those who have a little bit of an eagle eye and try to feel what's happening inside the EU don't go home today with the conviction that there is complete uniformity and the EU is adamant on what's going to be. But one further thing, we are focusing more on the international scenario. And the international scenario is extremely important because obviously there's no way Netanyahu can be arrested and brought to justice unless he leaves his country. But international politics is very tricky, can be very tricky. And things can happen in one's own country that will change the situation completely. Milosevic wasn't captured by the Americans or by anyone else. He was basically sold by political adversaries at a crucial time when he least expected it. And there you are. Gingic, who was president at the time or prime minister at the time, probably, as they say, orchestrated the surrender, and he came to The Hague. You never know what can happen in Israel, and Netanyahu is not someone that has always enjoyed 100% support in his own country. His popularity has increased recently, but you have no guarantee as to what can happen.
But just yes or no, given the way he has been so untouchable over the last several years, certainly over the last year, do you expect to see him in The Hague, yes or no? Or even tried by a censor?
I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
If he does, okay.
I wouldn't be surprised because history has taught us a lot of things and can repeat itself.
Okay. All right. Professor Yüksel, to you, I mean, this is the reality, but when you look at global politics and the fact that countries like the United States can put such a strong, and many European countries, we just heard about the case of France this week, which said that it would not implement the arrest warrant against Netanyahu, trying to find all sorts of justifications, you know, through some kind of, shall we call it, legal gymnastics. Do you expect that there could be a coalition of countries like Turkey, South Africa, Brazil, other important developing countries that could put together a united front to change the dynamics, to change the global order, to change the paradigm?
I think actually the primary reason, for Israel's war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide, is its perception of impunity. And where this comes from, it comes from the Western actually establishments like the United States, the European countries. But now this impunity is being challenged through decisions by the ICC, decisions by the ICJ, and countries like Turkey, for example. We believe also the next step in addressing this impunity should be Israel's suspension or expulsion from the United Nations, just like Michael actually suggested. Now, under our President Erdogan's leadership, Turkey remains committed to ensuring Israel is held accountable both in the court of international law and the global conscience, continuing to support legal processes at the ICC, at the ICJ, and within the United Nations.
But just briefly, how will Turkey do that? Will it take any decisive, bold actions that it hasn't done before?
First, by intervening, for example, in ICJ. And second, with many lawyers, Turkish lawyers, we all went to the ICC with our dossiers, with our evidences, with our documents. Now, I want to be specific, for example, with our proposals about some solutions. One solution was actually we just wrote a letter to United Nations Security Council, as you know, for arms embargo on November 1st, along with 52 countries, the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And one other thing, for example, when you have the system of veto in United Nations Security Council, when our president says the world is bigger than 5, actually now when there is a deadlock in the Security Council, we have to pass this deadlock, like in history we did it actually, with the Uniting for Peace resolution. Just we did in 1950. And Turkey was one of the countries who drafted this Uniting for Peace resolution. Although right now there is the ongoing meetings in the United Nations General Assembly, but our proposal is actually to have this Uniting Peace resolution with using force. Because when diplomacy, law kind of come to end, then you have to have that to be able to use force.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Professor Badar, your thoughts. We have the resolutions, we have the initiatives, we have the laws. What is missing besides the mechanisms of implementation? And where is the Arab world? Where are Arab governments? Why don't we hear enough from them?
Thanks again, Gida, and I've tried to make it in 1.5 minutes. What is missing is us. We, the lawyers. We are not in this frame. We are looking at the International Criminal Court, International Criminal Justice. Imagine there was no International Criminal Court. Would we stay silent? We are missing our domestic law, how to use our domestic law to hold others accountable. We have something called, and I used to say it in all my conferences for the past 2 years, there is something called treaty-based crime. Genocide is treaty-based crime. Yes, genocide is treaty. And there is the obligation for states. Whenever genocide took place, you have obligation to prosecute. Leave now Prosecutor Karim Khan with all these 15, 18 cases. He's doing his best. What about us? We have the convention, United Nations Convention against Torture. There is obligation to prosecute. The Latin term is called aut dedere, aut judicare, either to extradite or prosecute. Other crime which we never mentioned, I don't know why, apartheid, al-tamyiz al-unsuri. There is apartheid in Palestine. It's not mentioned. You know why? Because the 120 countries signed the apartheid convention, not Canada, not United Kingdom, not United States, not UK, they are afraid to sign this apartheid convention. In the apartheid convention, you have obligation, you have a provision that you can prosecute using universal jurisdiction. We are missing to activate our domestic law. We are missing our law activated. You are the generation to activate it, and we are witnessing you activate your law, use your law to hold others accountable. Universal jurisdiction, you can use it even if the crime didn't take place in Turkey or in Egypt. Still, you can use it to bring all this treaty-based crime at least and do it in absentia. So I'm talking about bottom-up approach at this stage and leave the international justice to continue. But we have something to do. We are not doing it till now. But thanks for Turkey. And I will stop here with one quote for the president of Turkey yesterday. He said, crises create opportunities. We have the opportunities, not me. We are all. You have opportunities with this crisis, with this Nakba. Use it. International relations, write, publish, let the people know. And I'll stop here. And what's going on is not genocide, it's called also Nakba. Nakba, what's going on, it's beyond genocide in Palestine. It's called Nakba. That's the second Nakba going now. Sorry for this long answer. Thank you.
Well, on this inspiring note for everyone to feel like they not only have a stake in what is going on and what kind of world we shape for our futures and for future generations, but we also have a role. In today's reality, certainly in the Middle East, there's so much you can say about the margin that is available to the young generation to have political say. But there is increasing economic power, isn't there? Dr. Suleiman, your final thoughts when you look at these last few months in the United States, but in every Western capital in the world where young people have taken to the streets with protest movements, activist movements, boycott movements that have worked. Apartheid South Africa crumbled because of all the pressure that was put on it. Could we see the same in the case of Palestine?
Absolutely, thank you. And I just want to say that, there's incredible legal knowledge that's on this panel that I don't possess. I can only speak to what I'm inspired by in the streets of the United States and all over the world. Look, Israel is trying to bomb itself into legitimacy. And in the process is just demonstrating to the world how illegitimate it actually really is. And those that try to defend its legitimacy and use the instruments of power like the United States has, are only making their own institutions illegitimate in the process. United States corporate media has become a joke as far as most Americans are concerned, and this is one of the reasons why. You have to stop believing in the institutions that have masqueraded as vehicles of delivering justice to the oppressed in order to reimagine new possibilities. And what young people are doing around the world is they are taking to the streets to insist that if the Palestinian people have been made faceless, we will not allow them to make us voiceless. That just as they have sought to confiscate the land of our people, they are seeking to occupy our discourse, to set for us the boundaries of our protest as they seek to set boundaries for our resistance to this monstrosity, to appropriate our symbols, to tell us we can't draw the maps the way that our parents drew maps, that we can't use the words that our parents used. And when we insist on these symbols, and when we insist on our discourse, and when we insist on our protest, then we continue to stand in solidarity, and we don't risk simply falling to the delayed condolences after the atrocity, but instead commit ourselves to present solidarity. And what I'll say about the BDS movement, what I'll say about the international boycott movement, I look to where the oppressor seeks to silence and seeks to rob the people of an opportunity to resist. And if the BDS movement was not as powerful as it is, then you wouldn't see all of these attempted laws at the federal and state level in the United States to suppress it. If the BDS movement was not that powerful, then you wouldn't see international corporations panicking, as some of them are crumbling under the pressure of the people. And so this is the greatest source of power that the people have, is ethical spending, is ethical pursuits, is to make sure that we do not allow ourselves to be willingly complicit, even if our tax dollars are used, but to be willingly complicit in the occupation and to demonstrate to bad actors in all of these spaces that we will penalize them with the power that's been given to us. And we do believe that just like with our brethren in South Africa, there will be a domino effect, and we will see, God willing, in our lifetime, justice served and our people standing victorious and resilient.
And as Nelson Mandela famously said, if there is injustice anywhere, there's injustice everywhere, alluding to the issue of Palestine. To you, finally, Professor Link, you have the final say on this panel. Having heard everything you have today, if the so-called international community fails the people of Palestine today, and there's every sign that they already have, but if they do ultimately, if the international legal system fails to uphold the norms and principles and rules of international law and human rights and humanitarian law, what will it mean for our futures? How important, how critical is this moment?
I'm going to turn the question around a little bit, because I understand exactly where you're coming from, but I want to put a defense of international law and say the problems we're having now is not with international law, it's with our international political architecture. The ICC and the ICJ don't have their own armies and their own police to be able to enforce it. That depends in large part on either political cooperation or on the Security Council. And we already know where the blockage of the Security Council is. And let's look back 31 years. We've had an Oslo peace process that began in 1993. That Oslo peace process could have been based on international law. Had it been based on international law, we would have had a genuine Palestinian state 25 years ago. Instead, it was based on what we call realpolitik. Who has the most power? And there is an extraordinary imbalance of power militarily, economically, territorially, and militarily and territorially between Israel and the Palestinians. The only area between Israel and the Palestinians where there is equity is in demography. There are 7.5 million Palestinians that live between the river and the sea. There's 7.5 million Israeli Jews who live between the river and the sea. They have to have a common future together. The only way that's going to wind up working if it's based on the rule of law, on human rights, on equality and shared prosperity.
Can they have peace and coexistence without justice and accountability?
Can we have peace and coexistence?
Can Palestinians and Israelis have coexistence and a peaceful joint future without justice and accountability for Palestinians? Will we see it? How do they get out of this, mess?
Yeah, there's only two choices that go forward. Either it's going to be a genuine two-state solution that is consistent with international law based on the 1967 borders, and we're going to see a showdown on that issue next September, because the United Nations General Assembly in this September gave a 12-month deadline for Israel to completely end its occupation, to completely evacuate all of its settlers by the middle of September 2025. We are now going to see probably one of the greatest crises in the United Nations when that doesn't happen, and I'm afraid to say the odds of that happening are almost nil, particularly with the new administration coming in. But the defense of international law is that it winds up creating an equal playing field between Israelis and Palestinians. It takes away this military, economic, territorial advantages that Israel winds up having. And keep in mind, we already have that rarest of diplomatic commodities. We have virtually a wall-to-wall international consensus with respect to the application of international law. We just have to put it into effect. We just have to push that political will.
Just, if it was only as simple as that, but absolutely, it's not in what we have, but in how we actually implement the laws that we have. Thank you so much, Professor Link, Dr. Suleiman, Professor Badar, Professor Yüksel, Judge Adjus, and thank you all very much for being with us. Thank you.
Okay, your words were wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main auditorium. We are about to start the final session of the TRT World Forum 2024. The Turkish Finance Minister, His Excellency Dr. Mehmet Şimşek, has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the final session of the TRT World Forum. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final session of the TRT World Forum. My name is Oscar Surbakti. I'm a news anchor at the international news network TRT World and also a host of the international business and finance program Money Talks. I hope you've been enjoying the forum so far, and we will be taking this discussion further now with our final session titled Addressing Global Economic Uncertainty Strategies for Resilience. Now, as we know, the global economy faces heightened uncertainty driven by geopolitical tensions, financial pressures, and environmental risks. Analyses from the World Bank and the World Uncertainty Index highlight that pivotal events like the Russia-Ukraine war, the economic slowdowns in key regions have stifled global economic growth. Now, economists warn of a slowing growth trajectory and rising market volatility, emphasizing 5 major risks: intensifying geopolitical conflicts, China's economic challenges, rising interest rates causing financial stress and trade fragmentation, and of course, the climate crisis. For developing economies, these risks are exacerbated by both high debt burdens and tightening financial conditions, complicating debt servicing. Now, this session's discussions will focus on adaptive policy strategies to mitigate risks, foster sustainable growth, and promote international cooperation. We'll look at how developing technology, economic policies, and balancing domestic priorities with global responsibilities can help build resilient economies capable of weathering future shocks. But first, to present the keynote address, I have the pleasure of introducing His Excellency Mehmet Şimşek, the Minister of Treasury and Finance of the Republic of Turkey. By way of a quick introduction, Mr. Şimşek was appointed to the role in June 2023 after previously serving as Turkey's Deputy Prime Minister for Economic and Financial Affairs from 2015 to 2018. Before that, he served as Finance Minister from 2009 to 2015 and Minister of State responsible for the economy from 2007 to 2009. In his various appointments, he has championed structural reforms and prudent macroeconomic policies, contributing to Turkey's resilient position amid various domestic and external shocks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be with you at this last session of TRT World Forum. I hope we'll make it as exciting as possible. I mean, obviously, it's up to the panel to do that, but let me set the stage. The title reminds me a quote from Antonio Gramsci, who, while in prison, said that the old world is dying, the new world is struggling to be born. Now it is a time of monsters. Well, the rule-based world order is under stress, if we put it mildly. In fact, there are big cracks appearing. So at my keynote presentation, I'll have a few slides in a moment. I'd like to cover structural global challenges and Turkey's response to this in terms of building resilience. So I'll go straight to the challenges. Well, first of all, trade fragmentation is no longer a theoretical risk. It's a reality. Protectionism is now the new normal. High global indebtedness at a time when long-term interest rates are high is a real risk, both in terms of as a speed limit to growth, but in terms of putting more nations or more people in a relatively distressed situation in terms of debt servicing. Aging world population is another structural headwind for global growth. Rising geopolitical tensions, conflicts. We've got plenty of hotspots. There are also transformative, but also equally potentially disruptive frontier technologies, such as AI. And finally, of course, climate crisis. So let me cover these topics and tell you what we're doing in terms of preparedness and building resilience. Trade fragmentation. The root cause of trade fragmentation is to do with geostrategic competition between United States, which is considered to be the hegemon power, and, of course, the emerging superpower, which is China. And as you can see, if you look at trade restrictions, for the past 2 years, you can see a lot of concentration in both the United States and China in terms of restrictive trade interventions. The number of protectionist measures, these are new measures, not cumulative. We had very few measures in the run-up to or before global financial crisis. Post-global financial crisis, protectionism has picked up. But in recent years, it's really gone through the roof. So it's up, relative to a decade or a decade and a half ago by 9 folds. These are the number of new trade protectionist measures. This is dramatic. If the current trend is sustained, it could actually reduce global GDP by as much as Germany and French economy combined. So we're talking about big numbers here. Friendshoring is a new trend on the back of this geostrategic competition between the United States and China. This is going to be increasingly more so going forward. So what does really, all these means for us, and what are we going to do about it? Well, Trump 2.0, version 2 of Trump, I think the risk is that there'll be more tariffs, not only against China, but also against other countries. That's what pre-election rhetoric, essentially suggests. If that is the case, it actually might mean higher inflation in the USA, but also higher, longer-term interest rates in the USA. This is bad news for emerging markets, for developing markets, for everyone. But there's also risk that will come indirectly from this policy, because China has massive capacity in almost every single manufacturing sector. And if China is faced with tariffs, it's highly unlikely that they would destroy the capacity. Instead, they will reroute their exports. And that means, indirectly, our markets are at huge risk. Plus, of course, that will also mean slower Chinese growth and slower global growth. So there you go. Slower growth means lower risk appetite for emerging markets. Higher US inflation, higher US yields means higher cost of funding globally. This cannot be good news. I've just covered this. The rerouting scenario is largely to do with the fact that China is global manufacturing base, accounting for over 30%. Well, so how does Turkey respond? Well, first of all, we're likely to be resilient to the current climate, the protectionist climate. Why? Because we have 54 free trade agreements, including, of course, a customs union with European Union. And it covers 62% of our exports. And we are in the process of also, we are currently negotiating comprehensive FTAs, free trade agreements, with GCC countries, with many other countries, Central Asia. So hopefully, over the next few years, about 3/4, of our exports will be covered by rule-based free trade agreements. If that's the case, it's highly likely that Turkey will be a lot more resilient than other relative open economies. So that's my first conclusion. Because, in fact, you could make an argument that Turkey could benefit from nearshoring and possibly friendshoring. Why? Because we're friends with Central Asia, we're friends with Middle East, we're friends with Balkans as well as EU because we have a customs union with EU, and of course we're friends also with North Africa, Africa in general. So we're close and we're friends. So technically speaking, we could be benefiting from friendshoring and nearshoring. We're also strongly focused on enhancing regional trade integration and connectivity. The new development road that would extend rail and road connectivity all the way from, basically Basra, all the way to London, all the way to China. So clearly, we also have a project that will help deepen and broaden regional ties. That is, by the way, the best way, the best fix against global protectionist measures. Global indebtedness. Well, global debt has been rising. Global debt to GDP ratio is currently over 300%. And 3.3 billion people live in countries where debt service, meaning interest payments on their debt, is more than what those countries are spending on education or healthcare. This is pretty dramatic. And higher interest rates in the US on the back of higher fiscal deficits in the US or higher inflation, unfortunately, will make this picture much worse. Luckily, Turkey's overall indebtedness, and that includes private sector debt as well as public sector debt, corporate debt, household debt. Turkey's debt to GDP ratio is 99%, including all forms of debt, while emerging market average is 245%. And advanced economies is 377%. So we're not highly leveraged economy. While obviously higher rates will have an impact, but we'll be a lot more resilient. And this is all about building resilience. That's why fiscal discipline has been a key characteristic of the ruling party governments. Under President Erdogan, fiscal discipline has been one of the defining features of our government. A debt to GDP on a government level, debt to GDP ratio is only 26%, well below Maastricht criteria. So essentially, we're likely to be highly resilient again to these type of shocks. Aging world population. The world is aging. Why? Well, fertility rates have collapsed. That's the chart that tells you. So basically, if you go back to 60s, fertility rate was over 5%. 30 years later, it's down to 3%. Now it's heading to almost sub 2%. Not yet, but it's heading that way. And that's why, the share of what we call old, aged population, meaning 65 plus years old as a percent of population used to, about 70 years ago was 5%. It has already doubled. But it's going to go up by another 5 percentage points in a much shorter period of time. So aging populations are also a drag for global growth, but also it would have significant fiscal implications. Luckily, Turkey, relative to its peers, it still has a strong growth in working age population. But more importantly, Turkey has a massive untapped demographic potential, because female labor participation rate is 36%, and we are going to boost that. And if we were to reach OECD average, that would still give us plenty of untapped potential. So again, while aging population is a speed limit for many countries, we're in relatively, again, good shape. Rising geopolitical tensions and conflicts. If you look at this map, this highlights global hotspots in terms of conflicts. I mean, as you can see, it's pretty, widespread. And geopolitical risks have been high. Markets are ignoring it, but have been high. In times like this, during the times of monsters, you have to be strong. And that's why we invested heavily in our own defense industry. Over 80% of our defense industry equipments are localized. This used to be exactly the opposite. 20 years ago, we were importing 20%. So we've got over 1,000 defense industry projects, and we've become a major player in global defense industry. Last year, we were number 11th largest exporter in the world of defense industry equipments. So bottom line is, conflicts are not desirable, but all the countries have to be prepared. And Turkey, in that sense, again, is highly likely to have the needed deterrence and the needed resilience in that sense. But it's not just the hard power. It is the soft power that matters too. And if you look at our diplomatic footprint, as you can see, we are emerging as one of global soft power centers. Transformative, disruptive frontier technologies. Transformation means higher productivity. That's good news. But disruption is not necessarily a good news. So again, preparedness is the key. If you look at generative AI or the rise of robots, there is immense potential in terms of productivity growth. Of course, there are concerns about job losses. But I would be more concerned about higher income inequalities or concentration of wealth through big tech. This is an important area. And greater, of course, geographic disparities, because not all countries have AI preparedness. So when we look at AI preparedness, Turkey ranks, obviously, we're not as good as advanced economies, but we're ahead of emerging market average. So when you look at Turkey's digital infrastructure, innovation, integration, human capital, policies, Turkey is not in a bad shape. But obviously, we have to continue to invest. And that's why we've prioritized, hyperscaler data centers, but also, continued investment in fiber optics infrastructure, in human capital, so across the board. So AI preparedness is something that is one of the key components of our future policy framework. When you look at innovation, again, when you compare Turkey with her peers, we're not in bad shape either. If you look at what we call upper middle income countries, China is the most innovative, Malaysia is second, Turkey is number 3. So yes, relative to high income countries, we're not where we would like to be. But within our own league, we're the 3rd most innovative country. So in that sense, again, there is resilience, there is preparedness. Impending climate disaster. Look, global warming is now real. I think everybody almost agree. Last year was the hottest year ever. And every year seems to be like that. So it's real. And we don't seem to be doing much about it, unfortunately. The business as usual scenario, which is the current scenario, unless we ramp up and do something about it, the risk of a 3.2% centigrade increase in global average temperature is real. That risk is not negligible. And if that risk were to materialize, there cannot be good news for humanity. It cannot be good news for people. Because it would imply 18% loss in global GDP relative to the base case scenario. It would imply a 20% increase in global hunger. It will imply many more deaths, 14.5 million additional deaths. I mean, this is really something we cannot afford. And that's why everyone has to do something about it. When we look at Turkey's disaster risk map, from obviously earthquake fault lines to floods and forest fires and avalanches and landslides, so all the risks in one map, we're not immune. And that's why we need to be prepared. What are we doing? Well, first of all, we're speeding up the green transition. This is one of our top priorities, along with digital transformation. So the twin transformation. The share of renewables in our generation, electricity power generation, has gone up from 25% to 42% relative to 25 years ago. This is not a poor performance for your information. 42% is a pretty good number. The share in installed capacity is 59%. This is also a pretty decent number. So 59%. So we're doing well, but we're not going to stop here. We're going to continue to focus on this. Secondly, water, is going to be a scarce commodity. Everybody seems to think there's plenty of water, but we have to manage it well. I don't really have time because I was told that, I have 15, 20 minutes, but we're doing a lot. Over the past, couple of decades, we've invested almost $100 billion in specifically these areas. And this is all about sustainable agriculture. This is all about sustainability. Of course, we're also building resilient cities through urban renewal. Social housing, resilient social housing, is one of our key priorities. The mass housing agency, TOKI, has built 1.3 million units. And if you look at earthquake reconstruction, we are delivering, hopefully by the end of this year, about 200,000 units, housing units, flats, with another 250,000+ in the following year or two. So as you can see, this is pretty large urban renewal, resilient cities building efforts. Okay, I've highlighted many global challenges and tried to give you some color on what we're doing. My final bit of this presentation is about global growth. As you can see, there are plenty of headwinds And the world doesn't seem to be doing enough to basically weather these shocks. So what can the world do? What should the world do, actually, to stem the decline in global growth? Because global growth is much slower than what it was a couple of decades ago. Well, I mean, look at this simple chart. 5-year ahead global growth projections. At any point, it used to be about 4 to 5% comfortably. And now it's down to about 3%. This is 5-year growth projections at any point. These are by the IMF, World Economic Outlook. So how can we stop this slowdown? Well, there are no easy fixes, but there is a good menu here. The menu is this. Essentially, what drags growth down is fragmentation and public debt overhang. There are many other factors, but those are the two top. What could boost growth is productivity through new technologies, including AI, but also structural reforms. Structural reforms are nice to talk about, hard to deliver. Well, I can only speak on behalf of Turkey. Last year, I told you about our medium-term economic program, the macroeconomic stabilization and reform program. This year, as you can see, I didn't tell you about the narrowing current account deficit, declining inflation, rebuilding reserves, improving fiscal position. As you can see, I didn't tell you much about, because I wanted to deliver on what the theme was. But I can tell you this, we have a pretty comprehensive structural reform agenda. And we are going to push these reforms through. In fact, we are taking steps. It's a continuous effort. And the whole aim is to boost productivity, enhance competitiveness, because that's how you can create sustained prosperity. But that's not enough. We're also going to continue to take measures to improve, to reduce income inequalities, to improve income distribution. So clearly, structural reforms is another key agenda item. I'm not sure if I stick to the time, but I hope you enjoyed my setting the scene, presentation. I think if the world, if humanity were to wake up to these challenges and start collaborating, then maybe we have a good chance of addressing these challenges without sacrificing growth. If we are unable to talk to each other and get our act together and cooperate and, basically go back to a new rule-based, fair, global system. Today's system is not fair. Then I think we could address all of this. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
And thank you very much to His Excellency Mehmet Şimşek, Turkey's Minister of Treasury and Finance. Such a crucial presentation for the discussion we are about to have now. And on that note, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panelists for this final session. Adam Yusuf is the Head of Economics at the Greater London Authority. Welcome. Andrew Caruana Galizia is the Head of Europe and Eurasia at the World Economic Forum. Dalia Grybauskaite is the former President of the Republic of Lithuania. And Vicky Price is the Chief Economic Advisor at the Center for Economics and Research. A really warm welcome to you all and to our audience as well. Thank you for joining us on this final session. Now, I had planned a different discussion at the beginning, as you know, but because Minister Şimşek's presentation was so pertinent to this discussion. I'd like to pick up on what he had to say vis-a-vis the second incoming Trump administration. Now, Adam, you're head of economics at the Greater London Authority. London, in its own right, is considered quite a big economy compared to even many countries. Explain to us, how has your organization been preparing for the incoming Trump administration? Because we know Donald Trump has promised to introduce tariffs not only on imports from China, but also imports from Mexico and even Canada. And he says that he'll be enacting on that pledge on day one, so January 20th of 2025. So I'm interested to know, has that been a topic at all at the London Greater Authority, and how are you preparing?
Well, first things first, thank you, Mr. Moderator, fellow panelists and esteemed guests, and thank you, Your Excellency, for a great presentation. You're absolutely correct. For London, it's a very pressing concern, the fact that we could end up with a second Trump administration that could levy tariffs across the board. So we're not just talking about tariffs that are going to be imposed on China, but also on other countries around the world, especially when you consider that our economy is 90% services. It's a very services-based economy. The UK as a whole is a small open economy, so trade as a percentage of GDP in the UK is about 64%, according to the World Bank's data, which is a lot higher than many other developed countries. So the idea of tariffs that could impinge and impede our ability to export services as well as goods to the rest of the world is a tremendous concern. We, at the regional level, have an interesting take on building resilience because we happen to wield lower and less effective policy levers compared to national governments. So for us, the focus has been on trying to build resilience from the bottom up. We try to address some of the spatial inequalities that His Excellency mentioned, for example. Even within London, I always describe London as a tale of two cities. You have one reality of people obviously performing very well in the city of London, but you go to the suburbs and there is rampant poverty, rampant social exclusion. So if we try to address those spatial inequalities within the limited fiscal levers that we have, we're able to at least build a more inclusive society at the social level to try to at least use whatever is possible within our means to be able to withstand any kind of pressure emanating from the slower growth that potential tariffs are going to impose. And that brings me to the second strategy. It's interesting that I was having a meeting with members of the Chancellor of the Exchequer's Treasury team at the national level, and the idea is to try to overcome obstacles to growth by addressing the issue of fiscal centralization. So it's interesting that in the UK, 95% of total government revenue is generated by central government. That's a lot higher than the OECD average of 89%. So to try to find a way to generate consensus, to try to delegate more fiscal revenue generating powers to London would help us then wield more potential instruments that could help us grow and in a sustainable manner in order to withstand any of the effects of the Trump tariffs. Final point I'll say, obviously we don't know yet what's going to happen, whether this is just political rhetoric or whether he will in fact follow up on his promise, but I'm answering on the basis that we do in fact see those tariffs.
That's right, and if we know anything, is really we don't know what to expect from someone like President Donald Trump. Andrew Caruana-Galizia, as head of Europe and Eurasia for the World Economic Forum, I'm sure the incoming US administration has been a topic of discussion. We know Donald Trump in the past has been quite scathing of organizations like the World Economic Forum and other multilateral organizations as well, given that he really is advocating for an America First stance. But I'm wondering, how is the World Economic Forum anticipating what Donald Trump might do come January the 20th next year?
Thanks, Oscar, and thanks for having me. So I was prepared to answer a question about how countries could strengthen their own resilience, but now I get a question about how my own organization could strengthen its resilience to a Trump 2.0 presidency. An interesting fact is that Trump was the only sitting US president to come to our annual meeting twice. So even though there are people around him who are very critical of multilateral organizations, very critical of the very idea of an international community, President Trump himself actually saw a lot of value in making the trip to the mountain town of Davos. And the reason is because even the world's superpower needs to collaborate to meet its national interest. And to go back to tariffs, I mean, for me, so no one really knows what President Trump will do in his first week in office, but it's very clear that judging by his first presidency, he will impose tariffs. The real question is, will he do this as a negotiating strategy, or is it part of a sort of broader worldview where he would really like to see global trade reduce permanently to a low level? I subscribe to the first theory. My view is that President Trump likes to make deals. He'll impose heavy tariffs with an expectation of a change in position in the sort of targets of those tariffs. There are certain economies which are in an extremely weak position and unable to respond in a tit-for-tat way. Frankly, that is good for the global economy, because if all of the United States trading partners were to respond with retaliation, there would be devastating effects on the global economy. And the reality is that the United States will not be the first loser, will not be among the biggest losers. It will be everyone else who suffers. So really the most sensible advice I am hearing and seeing is that actually it's best not to retaliate, but offer something instead. And really, if I were sitting in a capital city, in a finance ministry, probably the first thing I would do would be to call Minister Shimsheka and ask him to send me his slide deck, because it provided a comprehensive strategy to build resilience. Yeah.
Now, Madam President, you have the quite unique experience of having dealt with Donald Trump while you were in office and while he was in office. You were president of Lithuania from 2009 to 2019, during which, of course, Donald Trump assumed the US presidency. I'm wondering if you could paint us a picture of what it was like to deal with Donald Trump, especially when he launched the trade war with China in 2018 and also threatened tariffs on the EU.
So what is very much clear that it will be not boring and interesting, because he likes to be predictably unpredictable. During the meeting with him in his office, I remember I named him that way, and he asked me to repeat this in press conference. Because for him, it's a tool of deterrence to be unpredictable. And he enjoys it, and he uses this tool. So all what he's now declaring, I call deterrence dance, because we do not know anybody, and even probably himself, what he will do. Directly to compare with the Trump first and Trump second probably will be not relevant, because this time he surrounding himself with more loyalists, that mean less professional and less arguing people, mainly people who will just fulfill his opinions. While in the first term there was some discussions, some delays in his policies to be implemented. This time I think delays will be none, but he himself is changing his opinions, depending on information. And if, for example, he can try to introduce, and he already declared that the first who will be hurt, it will be Mexico, Canada, and China, with different tariffs. Mexico already responded that they will not respond, will not go into this game. China, of course, said, no, no, no, we will do more or less the same. But, and he could fast change his opinion if he will see that inflation is growing, prices are growing, especially inside the US. Because what will happen outside, I don't think he will care very much. What will happen in Europe or somewhere else. But if it will happen in US, it will be a problem for him, because his election was based anti-inflationary rhetoric. And if his actions will impose these kind of things, of course, that's what is interesting with him, that he will impose fast, but he also can change fast. But if to base a little bit our knowledge on his first management style. The rhetoric is a lot harsher, a lot more aggressive than actions. Why? Because it's mainly about deterrence and to have the deal how he imagines good for US. It's not necessarily in reality it is good for US. But if it is possible to sell it to internal public and externally that this deal is good, that's enough for him. I'm basing my knowledge even on then in 2018, we were in the first meeting of him in NATO in Brussels, where he was frightening to withdraw, mainly because of defense spending too low in some countries, including in Europe. So, and it was enough for him to know that after his entrance in office, about 30 billion have been spent more because of his pressure. He took it as his win, and it was enough for him to stop at that moment from this decision, radical one. So why I'm again repeating, it will be interesting for us, for all of us, I mean, in all globally regions, in Turkey, in Europe, in other regions, we will need to learn to be flexible, fast, and creative, because he will be fast and creative. Every morning we will read again tweets, and we'll know what is coming. And we need to be prepared to react in one or another way. But it is possible to handle him, and it is possible to deal with him, because if we're talking about resilience generally and in our different regions, then he tries to say America first, and if we will say Europe first or Turkey first, so that means nobody will be the first. Who will be the first? There is no the first. If global trade and global relations deglobalize and crash, there will be nobody the first. So from this point of view, finally what I'm saying, political will and positive, responsible leadership will matters. Because what to do, we know. Invest into R&D in that and that. But finally, it will be political will and positive leadership. Because today we do see destructive leadership mainly, destructive leadership. So it's about political will.
Vicky Pryce, you've been named as one of the world's top economists, many of whom agree that a second Trump administration is likely to be one of the world's major disruptors, economically speaking. What's your view? Do you believe in those scenarios whereby a lot of economists are predicting disruption, higher inflation in the shorter term if these tariffs do come to bear, and other supply chain issues as well? What's your opinion on that?
I think the first thing to bear in mind is that quite a lot of what has been announced by Trump he intends to do recently, such as the extra 25% tariff that he wants to impose on China, on Mexico, and on Canada, those are done for political reasons, in the sense that he wants to get concessions on migration from Mexico, for example, on whatever else he thinks about China, but particularly in terms of exporting things that you can make drugs with, which of course are affecting the US quite considerably. So we have a mix of things that he wants to do to support supposedly the UK economy, and things he wants to do where he wants to get the other countries to stop doing various things that he doesn't like them doing. Now, of course, you could argue that if you get a lot fewer people coming in through the borders with Mexico, the agricultural sector in the US would collapse, which is exactly what they're all saying right now, because in fact, it could be actually more of the labor which is working on the land in the US is illegal right now, has no real legal status to be in the US. So if you start getting rid of all those, who's going to do those jobs? Which is the sort of thing, of course, which affects loads of countries which have issues with migration. Take those migrants away, and what do? Who's going to do those various jobs in the caring sector or anywhere else? So there is that element. But that if you disrupt, just as we were hearing in the presentation from His Excellency earlier, if you disrupt free trade with increased tariffs and non-tariff barriers, then obviously the economies generally suffer. So the expectation is that the tariffs, if they are indeed applied as they are, with retaliations from others, would result in the world growing even more slowly than what the forecasts are saying right now. And possibly, although it's not agreed among economists, whether you're going to have higher inflation overall or perhaps lower inflation because growth is going to be so much slower. We know that free trade is good for growth. We know that if you have barriers, then it's not. If you add to that the investment tightening that's taking place, and it's not just Trump. I mean, as far as I can see, Europe has become considerably more restrictive in terms of the types of investments it allows and wants to have scrutiny even at the central level of purchases that may be and M&A activities that may happen, which involve countries that they don't approve of or they're worried about in terms of strategic partnership that they may be there, and they would lose quite a lot out of having people they're not particularly certain about to come and acquire businesses which are strategic businesses. So there is a big move there. But the other thing to think about is that when we talk about restrictions, there's the whole Russian issue, what goes on there. But even Biden was pretty protectionist in everything he did with his IRA, which is the Inflation Reduction Act, where he was basically supporting and subsidizing local production and excluding quite a lot of others who were not producing and even not buying their stuff if they're producing them elsewhere. So you do have a tendency that's out there which, irrespective of whether it's Trump, the US is moving in that direction, has been moving in that direction for quite some time. So even if you're able to deal with Trump in the way that you're suggesting possibly, I think the US is in that path, and it does see itself as much more inward-looking right now and has been doing so for quite some time. And that is dangerous, not just from an economic viewpoint, but also, of course, defense viewpoint and many others. And that's climate change, for example, which Trump doesn't really believe in, or at least he does, but he says we shouldn't be doing anything that's very costly. So it is pretty worrying, and the world order, which is moving that direction, is probably going to be pushed even further, and that's going to be bad news for the economy as a whole.
And Adam, of course, London and the UK more broadly has been dealing with a number of issues as well, including the ongoing ramifications of Brexit. We've also got the issue of a war in Europe between Ukraine and Russia that's still ongoing, as well as the war in Palestine as well. I'm wondering, in your view, what is the biggest geopolitical shock that the Greater London Authority is currently concerned with, or is it just basically an amalgam of all of the conflicts and other geopolitical risks?
It's a very good question, but before I answer it, I want to come to the Trump issue, because I was also working as the head of economic modeling for the government in Canada at a time when Trump 1.0 came about. And there was so much rhetoric about tariffs and about pulling out of NAFTA, which was the original agreement between the US, Canada, and Mexico. And in fact, it has been scrapped, and now there is a new agreement called the USMCA, US-Mexico-Canada Agreement. Now, what's interesting is that if you look at the substantive impacts of the new agreement, they're actually not that significantly different from what was in NAFTA. And so a lot of what the Trump administration tries to do is pretty similar to what the former president of Lithuania mentioned just on the panel. It's about making a deal that is framed in Trump's image, in his way of understanding the world, of wanting to show that he is basically in charge, that he is designing the trade agreements that suit his agenda, and especially try to perhaps distance himself from whatever has been done by his predecessors. So something just to bear in mind when it comes to the substantive effects. But to your question, it's a very good one. Obviously, in terms of global shocks, I would say all of the shocks that you just mentioned obviously have a bearing on London and the UK in general. But if I were to isolate which one had the most significant impact, at least on a regional level, I would have to say the war in Ukraine, which is a bit surprising because a lot of people might think it's Brexit. And here's why. I think that London at the moment, one of the key challenges that we face is rampant inequality. Housing affordability is a significant challenge in London. I don't know how many of you have visited London recently. You'd probably realize it's not exactly the cheapest place to live and to spend money in. And that, unfortunately, leads to lower productivity. In fact, we just produced a report in the GLA that shows that just a 1% improvement in affordability of housing can lead to an extra £7 billion in revenue. And that's just from 1% over a 10-year period. So the impacts are quite significant for an economy that is regional like London's. And what the war in Ukraine has done is obviously drive prices up. It has put significant pressures on cost of living. And as a result, what ended up happening is that those people I alluded to earlier who are socially excluded, who are relatively marginalized, they bore the disproportionate brunt of that pressure. They're the ones who have seen the cost of their housing, the cost of food, necessities, healthcare, providing childcare if needed, go up significantly relative to individuals who come from more affluent backgrounds. So I would say at the regional level, this is an issue that's often perhaps not mentioned, is the disproportionate effect and the spatial impacts of cost of living, not just within a country, but even within cities themselves. But having said that, obviously, Brexit has also had an impact, given that we are a relatively small, open economy, and I mentioned earlier that London tends to trade more so than other parts, even of the UK. But if you ask me to narrow down to one that I find significant, it's the war in Ukraine.
Andrew, can I ask you about the war in Ukraine? Because it very much falls into your remit at the World Economic Forum. We know that there has been an uptick in fighting at the moment, but we also know that there's uncertainty as to how Donald Trump may handle the conflict, given that he's been critical about the ongoing US monetary support for Ukraine. How is your organization dealing with this ongoing conflict in Ukraine between Russia?
Thanks, Oscar. So we're a global organization, we're impartial, but we are based in Europe. And so we felt the shock of Russian tanks rolling into Kiev as Europeans, so even non-European colleagues based in Geneva felt that shock of a land invasion on the European continent, just as we Europeans felt it. It was the first time in my generation, in my parents' generation, that we had such a large-scale land conflict on the European continent. And so our response, I would be lying if I didn't say that our response didn't factor that element of shock in. We were not prepared for something like that as an organization. We had not expected it. In many ways, it was an act of self-sabotage, and acts of self-sabotage are the hardest events to predict because they make no economic sense, in many ways no geopolitical sense. And so our response was immediately in support of Ukraine on the humanitarian front. Including raising money, helping to coordinate a humanitarian response through our partner companies who are in the logistics business, for example. And we also continue to contribute by doing what we do best, shining a light on what was happening in Ukraine, giving space for Ukraine's leadership at our annual meeting, giving them a global platform, trying to find pathways for them to engage in dialogue, not with the Kremlin, but with third countries who are maybe not necessarily helping. And so a couple of years have passed since then, and in many ways, what we feared the most is coming to pass, which is a world that is divided along the line that appeared at the moment of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So that line has deepened, it's grown wider. As Minister Shimshek mentioned, we're seeing nearshoring, friendshoring. This began with the pandemic, but Russia's invasion of Ukraine fueled it. So the old sort of driving forces of global trade, which were efficiency, comparative advantage, have now given over to resilience and security, which of course has a price. And the world is paying that price now. We've seen global growth decline from an average of 4.5% to 3%. We're seeing, the IMF predict a hit of 7% to the global economy if all the threatened tariffs are implemented. And this in many ways can be traced back to February 2022. It led to a loss of trust between the United States and China, which has since not recovered. There were obviously other factors driving that, but China's position on the wall has obviously deepened that rift. In Europe, there was almost a sense of betrayal when it came to third countries which decided not to support its efforts on Ukraine. And now Europe faces a situation where the United States might go that way, where the United States might actually change its position with regard to support for Ukraine, perhaps not with regard to Russia, but with regard to its financial and military support for Ukraine. And for me, that's one of these moments in the life of Europe which will serve as a major test of European political will. I think it's clear to all of us that if the United States were to pull its support for Ukraine, Ukraine will not stop fighting, but it will struggle to maintain the current front line. Europe will be unable to fill that gap, not because it doesn't have money, not because it doesn't have strong enough armies, but in many ways because it lacks the political will in certain capitals to deploy that strength effectively. What I find most interesting about this moment is that it's very clear what the costless actions Europe can take now to improve its economic strength, therefore its security position, therefore its role in the global economy, so its geopolitical influence. And these are costless. What does that mean? It means not raising taxes, not taking on more debt. It means completing the capital markets union, for example. It means allowing for a proper banking union, allowing for a proper telecoms union. These will all help boost European growth. The only cost is political. There will be some member states which may lose. There will be some sort of vested interests which will be harmed. But there is actually no cost to taxpayers. And it's these costless measures which have the most impact, which cost the most politically, that require a crisis to implement. Hopefully, Trump 2.0 is a big enough crisis for that to happen. I'm semi-optimistic. There's a lot of opposition in certain European capitals to some of these measures. But I never believed that we would be talking about a capital markets union in Europe every single day. I would have never believed that it would be headline news, every other week, that heads of state and government would add it to the talking points. So we're getting close, and in many ways that makes me optimistic.
Madam President, as well as serving as the head of state for Lithuania, you also served as a European Commissioner a couple of times. How optimistic or pessimistic are you when it comes to the war in Ukraine? Because we know that conflict has tested the resilience of countries across Europe. Do you think there is still an appetite there to continue to support the administration in Kiev, or might some leaders in Europe follow Trump's view and say that enough is enough in terms of financially supporting the Ukrainian cause?
It's a more general question about the war in Europe. It's not about Ukraine. And it is the war not just European, it's already with elements of world war, because we do have Iranians and North Koreans participating directly, and even North Koreans on the ground of Ukraine. So it's not about Europe anymore, it's absolutely global war. And here we have no choice. It's not a la carte, you willing to help or not, participate or not. We are dragged in this conflict altogether. And the resilience of Ukraine and how much they will be able to resist with our support is our security also. So from this point of view, we see this exactly that way. It is about European security also. It's about global security also. And we have no choice. No matter what Trump will do, Europeans will be obliged to invest into our defense. And even in the European Commission, today we have new position, Defense Commissioner, Lithuanian, because we are on the border and we know what that means. And it's about also spending to defense. For Europe, we need to revive our defense industry, which is, some armies are a lot smaller than Turkish army. In some, I don't want to mention large countries, which are not spending even 2%, and they do not have armies, really. We smaller countries, we're already spending 3 and even close to 4% to our defense. And it is also very clear that after Trump's arrival, the defense spending, the floor of defense spending will be not 2% at all. Forget it. It will be 3–4% for some countries, but on the border with Russia, for example, or with the military tensions, it could be 5% or even more, and this will be no choice. That's what is coming, and from the point of resilience, it is a challenge, but it's not a bad challenge, because it will increase also our capacities and defense industry. Of course, it will be reshaping our economic model. In, for example, some countries, the old economic model based on cheap Russian fuel and energy, gone, and we will need to invest more into RNG and into alternative resources. Exactly, we got the Draghi report now talking about it. The first is investments into technologies and research. Second is cheaper energy and alternative resources. And the third block about security and defense already in this report. So it is clear the direction we will go, and we have no choice but to resist, to make our economies resilient, and to create absolutely different level of our defense. Putin will help us to do it.
Vicky Price, can I pose the last question of the session to you? Let's talk about the climate crisis and global heating. We know Minister Shimshek has identified it as one of the major issues that, frankly, some countries aren't grappling with at the moment. We know Turkey is building its resilience in terms of coping with the worsening effects of the climate crisis. How big of a geopolitical or economic risk do you think is climate change right now? And do you think countries are simply burying their heads in the sand, at least those who aren't really looking to address it properly in the longer term?
Well, we've just had a COP again, one of the meetings that happened to perhaps, partly see what various countries have done so far, but partly to reset, what needs to be done on climate change. And as we've seen, there's been quite a lot of money that has been set aside, or at least pledged. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen, a little bit like what discussed about Trump, which is, about 250 billion a year being spent on supporting the global south, if you like, or those that are going to be more affected by climate change and are being affected much more immediately than the rest of us. But frankly, we've seen what's going on even in Europe with floods. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can attribute all this to climate change. There is some human stuff as well in terms of, did you build the right way? Did you have enough defenses, flood defenses, and so on? And one of the real issues is, this isn't just the cost that everyone is talking about, which I think Trump is talking about as well. Maybe we're trying to go into this green transition a bit too fast, and it costs too much for people, and they're all resisting it. But it's also what climate change does to one's property, one's livelihood. And it's interesting, I was looking at some statistics that showed, and there was floods, I think was mentioned in one of the slides before that the minister showed, that in the last 10 years where there were floods in loads of places, just to look at one aspect of climate change, costing huge amounts, by which we mean sort of billions, only 14% of those disasters and the costs of those disasters were basically insured. So the government said to step in. So if you look at what's happening on the sort of fiscal front, where of course defense is in many ways needing to spend more, is making the whole fiscal side of loads of governments even worse right now when we're trying to have fiscal consolidation. Look what's going on in France at this moment where there is big political crisis because the deficit is so large. They're trying to cut back with tax increases, spending cuts and so on. You do need to spend, if you have those spending cuts, where is the money going to come from to do the spending that you absolutely need on climate change? And of course everyone says, well, it's going to be the private sector that's going to do this. We're just going to encourage it a bit by having regulation which leads you to that change of behavior. But firms are protesting. They're protesting about some of the regulations that say, you know, you have to move to electric vehicles, you know, in the next few years when there aren't enough charging points. Who's going to pay for that? How are you going to guarantee the take-up, and how are you going to guarantee the return to companies of investing in that way? And this is why you've already seen that there has been a little bit of a retreat from investment funds into this area. You've seen quite a lot of firms downgrading, and I have to confess, I have a sort of vested interest in this because I'm co-founder of a company called Good Corporation, which is looking at corporate social responsibility, ESG, and all that sort of stuff. But what you've seen is, you know, basically greenwashing that's taken place quite considerably. So the private sector investment in this is an awful lot less than had been hoped for. But also, I'm afraid, in terms of cost to the individuals, what you end up with is the individuals footing a lot of the bill, and that's why there's been this resentment. That's why there's been this move to the right in so many countries. Because, of course, firms, particularly in the renewable energy side, want to be compensated for it. Because remember, the economics of it. Once you have your wind farm, your offshore wind farm or onshore, you've paid for the turbines somehow, or you then produce this electricity. The marginal cost of this extra electricity output is zero. So normally you price in a market to cover your marginal cost. If the marginal cost is zero, in order for you to invest, you have to have somebody guaranteeing this price. So the result is that actually renewable energy costs quite a lot. Nuclear costs quite a lot because, again, you have to guarantee it. The one thing that really doesn't, where in fact we've seen this huge investment because it does give you the returns actually quite cheap, is solar, which, you know, you can just expand it and get the return quite easily, and you've seen this big investment taking place. Batteries, again, you need somebody to invest quite heavily in this to have the impact that you want to be able to substitute for all the fossil fuel that you need otherwise. So we mustn't underestimate the investment cost, which governments are not prepared to do, B, the fact that businesses are just not going to do it unless you do this incentivization, and C, that at the end of the day, it's us who are going to pay for it. Are we prepared for it? It looks like not quite yet, and that's the real problem.
On that note, that does bring us to the end of our discussion. I'm sure we could talk for hours, but can we please thank our panelists, Adam Youssef, Andrew, Madam President, and Vicky Price. Thank you so much. Yes. We'll just have a quick photograph.
Sorry, Kirsten, look at me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, just understand. Thank you. It was. We will. Yes. And of course, thank you to His Excellency, the Minister for Finance and Treasury, Mehmet Şimşek. Well, that does bring us to the end of the TRT World Forum. But before we go, I would like to invite a special guest at the very end, because I'm sure you'd agree that over the last 2 days, we've engaged in some crucial discussions about the state of our world, examining critical issues from climate change to geopolitical tensions, from technological transformations and humanitarian crises. The depth and breadth of the expertise that have been shared during the 8th event of the TRT World Forum have been truly exceptional. And now, to officially close the forum for us, it is my distinct honor to invite to the stage Professor Mehmet Zahid Sobeci, the Director General of TRT. Now, under his leadership, the TRT World Forum has continued to serve as a vital platform for meaningful dialogue on pressing global issues, and I'm sure you'd agree that this year's event was no exception. Professor Sobeci, the stage is yours.
Sayın Bakanım, kıymetli misafirler, mevcut küresel ahvalin tüm boyutlarıyla ele alındığı, daha iyi bir geleceğin nasıl inşa edilebileceğinin tartışıldığı 8. TRT World Forum'un sonuna geldik. Ben bütün katılımcı ve konuşmacılarımıza forumumuza sundukları katkılarından dolayı şükranlarımı sunuyorum. TRT olarak bizler dünyaya adil bir perspektiften anlatma gayesiyle faaliyetlerimizi sürdürüyoruz. Bu gayemiz doğrultusunda yayıncılığın her alanını kapsayan çalışmalarımızın yanı sıra fikri tartışma zeminleri oluşturmayı da çok önemsiyoruz. Zira biliyoruz ki bugünün en temel meselesi hakkı haykırmak, hakkı savunmak, hakkı hak sahibine teslim etmek. Bunu yapabilmek için iletişimin tüm araç ve yöntemlerinden en etkin şekilde istifade edilmesi ise elzem olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Bizler işte bu bilinçle 2017 yılından beri her yıl TRT World Forum'u düzenliyoruz. Bizim forumumuzu gerçekleştirmedeki en temel amacımız dünyanın daha yaşanabilir, daha adil bir yer olmasını sağlayacak fikirlerin tartışıldığı bir zemin oluşturmaktır. Zira bugün dünyanın geldiği noktada hep birlikte şuna şahitlik ediyoruz. İnsanlık olarak yaşadığımız sorunların hepimizi ortak bir kadere taşıdığının farkına varmadan, tüm eylemlerimizin bizi bir kırılma noktasına getirdiğini idrak etmeden sorunlarımızı çözebilmemiz mümkün değildir. Bu sorunların çözümü her şeyden önce vicdan temelli bir kavrayışı, bir yaklaşımı gerektirmektedir. İşte TRT World Forum'un kıymeti bu yaklaşım doğrultusunda harekete geçen sizleri bir araya getirmesinden kaynaklanıyor. Türkiye'nin kamu yayıncısı olarak dünyada yaşanan olayları tek merkezli bir medya bakış açısından kurtarmak için mücadele eden bizler, TRT World Forum kapsamında gerçekleştirilen fikir teatilerini tam da bunun için çok kıymetli buluyoruz. Zira biliyoruz ki ahlaki ve insani değerler çerçevesinde gerçekleştirilen bu fikir alışverişleri haklı olanların seslerini daha gür bir şekilde duyurabilmesine vesile oluyor. Tüm insanlığın geleceğini etkileyen meselelerin hakkaniyet temelinde çözümüne katkı sunuyor. Geride bıraktığımız 2 gün boyunca 30'dan fazla ülkeden 150'ye yakın konuşmacımız açık oturumlar ve yuvarlak masa toplantılarında iklim krizinden ekonomiye, jeopolitikten teknolojiye, medyadan uluslararası hukuka kadar günümüzün en önemli sorunlarını ele aldılar. Adil çözüm önerilerini ortaya koydular. İnanıyorum ki daha adil bir gelecek için Türkiye'den yükselttiğimiz sesimiz dünyanın her noktasında yankı bulacak ve küresel meselelerin çözümü için yol haritası oluşturacaktır. Ben bu düşüncelerle Türkiye'den ve dünyanın pek çok farklı noktasından gelerek forumumuza değer katan, insanlığın geleceği için bir şeyler yapma sorumluluğuyla harekete geçen siz kıymetli konuklarımıza katılımlarınız ve katkılarınız için teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Hepinizin medeniyetlerin buluştuğu nokta, kadim şehrimiz, güzel İstanbul'umuzdan değerli anılar biriktirerek ayrılacağınıza inanıyorum. Forumumuzun düzenlemesinde emeği geçen tüm mesai arkadaşlarıma tek tek şükranlarımı sunuyorum. Seneye savaşların ve soykırımların yaşanmadığı, daha adil bir dünyada buluşmak temennisiyle kalın sağlıcakla.
Okay, thank you very much there. The Director General of TRT, Professor Zobaje. Thank you so much for your leadership in hosting the TRT World Forum 2024. I'm sure you'd all agree it has been a massive success, and it has been our pleasure to welcome you all to Istanbul for this inaugural event. Thank you all for participating over the last 2 days, and please have a very good evening. Bye-bye.